Please consider becoming a patron of Myth Vision Podcast. You'll get early access to every video, including this amazing one, and you can ask me personal questions, private message me, anything you'd like. Professor James D. Tabor. What can I call you? Can I call you James or Dr. Tabor? Is that okay?
I'm going to let you call me James.
James?
Since we're going to talk about a very important James, whose name was really Yaakov, but we'll get to that.
I'm interested in this. I just want you to know I might accidentally say Dr. Tabor or something automatically just because that's what I'm used to.
Dr. Tabor's fine either way. What did you do with Elaine?
Dr. Pagels. And it, sometimes
she's
Elaine's
formal though. Yeah.
Right.
My students don't call me by my first name, but this is, I'm okay.
I'd like to be a student today because honestly, there's a lot of learning that I have done and I know we will do today.
Then you would go with Dr. Tabor.
Yes.
Is that okay with you?
I have no problem with that whatsoever.
Yeah, some professors do the first name thing. I don't think it's a good practice. Like my teacher, my PhD teacher, he's now Jonathan Smith, probably the greatest historian of religions of our generation. I couldn't call him Jonathan for 30 years. Finally, at the very end, as he was getting really old, I did. But I always called him Mr. Smith. They don't use doctor at Chicago because everybody has a doctorate. So it's like redundant.
Well, Dr. Tabor, first question I have. I read your book. Everyone needs to go get it. Paul and Jesus. It's truly epic on looking into what this crazy, mysterious guy called Paul was up to. I mean, he was a pioneer in many ways, but there's you can say good things, you can say bad things, you can do whatever. Paul's one of those guys. And this is my first question. Paul against the other apostles. Let's get right to the heart of the problem, right? It seems to me, and I had this discussion with your student, Ryan Cataldo. Yeah. And I was like, I feel like Paul's definitely taking jabs at Peter and James. And he's like, I don't know about that. And, Acts harmonizes. And then 2 Peter tries to play that Peter's cool with Paul. And anyway, he seems to be extremely sarcastic about the other apostles. Do you think Galatians is clearly talking about Peter and James in a negative light?
Whether he is personally antagonistic towards them or not, like when he visited them, did he dread going and hate seeing them or anything of that sort? I don't think so. But where he's adamant, and you have to look at the context of Galatians, is where did he get his gospel? That's absolutely key to understanding Paul. Paul never met Jesus. He tells you, I met James once, by the time he writes the letters, that letter, Galatians, 50s, 49, 50, let's just say 50, year 50 CE AD. So he has met James. He said, I stayed with Peter for 2 weeks. So he probably got to know him pretty well. Just staying with somebody and talking all the time. I'm sure he wanted to hear a lot. So I want to think that they were friendly and Paul was probably very curious. But in terms of the message, look what he says in the very first chapter. And remember, the context is he's worried that some are drifting away from what he calls my gospel. He uses that term. I explain that in the book. It's a very definite term. My gospel. Why did he say our gospel or the gospel? Sometimes he says the gospel, but my gospel. And he says, I did not learn it from anybody. I didn't receive it from anybody. I got it as a revelation of or from Jesus Christ. I say of or from because the genitive there can either be, through the agency of Jesus or directly from Jesus. I even like from, because you get the idea. He says later in other letters, I received this from the Lord. So I'm going to go with from. So he got it from Jesus. So is it a revelation about Jesus? Yes, of course. But it's a revelation about Jesus from Jesus, meaning Jesus revealed himself to Paul. So that's important to him. And the whole point of that chapter is to establish his independence. If readers haven't your I say viewers, readers, whatever, if they haven't read it lately, you should read chapter 1 and 2 of Galatians, two of the most important and revealing chapters in the New Testament. I think they're unquestionably authentic. They're kind of the key to the whole historical Jesus debate, because you
People ask me every day, what do I do to look the way that I do? When I tell them it's 99%.
because you've got a guy in the 50s who's testifying kind of in the first person about his experiences of, receiving the revelation from Jesus, and he calls it a revelation of Jesus Christ. So that's big. Now, but the tone all the way through is, yes, I did go up to Jerusalem to those who are in Christ before me. And he said, I went up by revelation. What does that mean? It was there's a conference. We call it the First Jerusalem Conference. It's recorded in the book of Acts, Acts 15. There it's very, very kumbaya, very friendly. Everybody hugs and kisses and no disagreement. Paul does say they reached an agreement. Unfortunately, we don't have the minutes of that meeting. We've got Luke's account many, many decades later. And I think, we get glimpses in Paul's letter of what went on. But what's really interesting is the language that he used. He said, I went up by revelation. What does that mean? That means Jesus said, you can go. You're my guy. You can go. And I took Titus with me as my show and tell, I call it. Now, I don't know. They're not going to drop his pants and show he's uncircumcised. But the idea is, here is a Gentile. He couldn't do Timothy because, remember, Timothy was Jewish. But he's got a Gentile, Titus, who is clean, morally, spiritually, sexually. He believes in the one God. He doesn't worship idol. He's like, this is what my gospel is producing. Come with me, Titus. You're my helper. You're my friend. I'm sure he loved him very much. So he said, I took Titus. I went up by revelation. And then he said, and we met and we talked. And then 2 times he says, and to those who were reputed to be pillars. Notice the language. The Greek is interesting, but you can also translate it. I think the RSV or one of them does this. I like it. And the so-called pillars of the church. I love that. The so-called pillars. What they are means nothing to me. Now, he doesn't mean they don't mean anything to me, like I trash them, I hate them. That's not what he's saying. He's saying in terms of two issues here. Is Titus okay? That's what the issue is. Is my guy okay in the eyes of the authorities at Jerusalem? That would be James and all the other apostles, now including Matthias, who replaced Judas. So and the rest of the Jerusalem church, which is the headquarters church. This is the Vatican. This is going to the headquarters in that day. And you're getting the approval of, quote, the Pope, the Papa, the head of everything, Jesus, brother James. We'll talk a lot about that.
Yeah.
So anyway, what does he say? He says, I went up. The two issues are, is he okay? And here's what I'm preaching. Are you guys okay with this? Because I want to know, am I running in vain? He loves runner images. He uses them quite often. He's a Hellenistic Jew. He grew up in the diaspora. He's probably seen, sports are big. Like it would be a baseball image.
He does
today.
it in Philippians when he talks about the reed, getting that winner's
It'd be like
reed.
if you said something to me about baseball or football or basketball in America, I'd be like, hey, Paul, So he says, I could be running in vain in this race, So that's why he's going. He wants to know. And I laid before them my gospel. He says, I laid it before them. But notice he's saying, but what if they had disagreed? Guess what? I'm going to listen to Jesus, guys. And I know you were with them a long time ago, but you need to get updated, because I heard from Jesus, and he gives the chronology, 14 years ago and then 3 years ago. And we don't know if it's 14 plus 3, 17, or does he mean 14, 3 and then 14 altogether? But either way, it gets you right around 50, 49, 50, right in there. But then 2 times he says, not only what they are means nothing to me, but like they added nothing. Now that can mean that they agreed, and it's possible that they did agree. I think they did. Acts 15 is, I would say, accurate in this sense, that James said, no, the non-Jews, I like to say non-Jews, Gentiles kind of the old, it's actually a Latin word that means nation. So,
Right.
and you know that Israel's called Gentile when Abraham's going to become a great nation.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to become a great Gentile. So Gentile is not a good word. The non-Jews, the non-Israelites. I think the decision was generally agreed. It's rabbinic, really, that non-Jews have a place in the world to come.
So let's say you have to read an incredibly long email from your boss that you have to finish before the big meeting starts in 10 minutes.
If they follow the basic, what are called the Noahide laws, the basic laws that are applicable to all humanity. But Jews are under a special covenant, the Sinai covenant, the Horeb covenant, and they obviously are obligated to follow the whole Torah. Now, whether James added also an oral Torah like the Pharisees and the Sadducees had done with all their interpretations, you got to interpret something like, how do you keep the Sabbath? You know, what is this? What is that? But Paul, the laws that they generally list in the book of Acts are like things like sexual morality. It's translated fornication, but it just means you got to live a sexually moral life. You can't eat blood, which is a little odd, but that's associated with idolatry. Because the meat in an ancient city like Corinth, the Makelon, the meat market, that meat has all been dedicated to Athena. So a lot of Jews would, I'm not going to buy that meat that was dedicated to a pagan god. I'm going to have my own kosher and my own way of getting meat and so forth. So but basically it's just like clear ethics that would apply to all decent people. You know, the rabbis would say, like, don't murder, don't lie, don't cheat, don't steal, live a sexually moral life, and turn from idols to God, the one God. So here's Titus. He's doing all that. He's cleaned up, or maybe he was never that, you know, pagan. I don't know. But the point is, he's a good example. And Paul says, this is okay. But what if they had said, and this gets to your question, no, Paul, actually, they should start moving toward the Torah. Hey, 6 months a year, we'd like to see them convert to Judaism, take on the whole Torah. He would have walked out of the meeting. There's no question. Now, they probably didn't say that, but there are pockets and groups within the Jesus movement that are thinking that would be the way. Like, if God has given all of these commandments for our good, dietary laws and all sorts, the festivals, they're beautiful festivals that Judaism treasures today. Mm-hmm. Don't you want these Gentiles that have been worshiping Isis and Athena and, you know, Zeus and so forth? They need a culture. They should kind of move toward, you know, Jewish culture. And finally, maybe the males can become circumcised. We can mikvah them, you know, dip them. They can become Jews. Now, if they had said that, I think Paul. So I'm trusting Paul. I think he's our. I'm saying that Acts is probably accurate on the main parameters because Paul said we agreed, and certainly Paul is agreeing.
Right.
Now, here's the stickler. Here's the stickler. And it's tough. And I take a position in the book. Okay, is Acts 15's giving you the ideal. Jews stay Jews and they believe in Jesus Christ and they're sanctified by the Holy Spirit and forgiven of their sins. Gentiles keep the basic, let's just call it the basic morality for all human beings from the time of Noah, you know, before Sinai. Obviously, you can't lie, cheat, steal back then either. It was, you know, God is a God of justice and righteousness throughout history. So the question then is, if a Jew really, that Paul works with, because he converted Jews too, and the Jew begins to talk to Paul, maybe privately, and says, you know, this Torah thing that the rabbis are teaching at the synagogue, do we need to follow all of those interpretations, Paul? And I'm picturing Paul saying, well, you know, a lot of the interpretations, the traditions, I've been told by James and Peter, what we call halakha, how to walk in the Torah, oral tradition, the rabbis call it today. The Pharisees had it developed. A lot of that, you know, that's maybe some of that is good, but that really gets down into a lot of minutia. Like if I'm a tailor, the Mishnah discusses, can I carry a pen, a needle in my lapel because it's carrying a burden? And that is the tool of my work. A needle is the tool of my work. You say, well, what's a needle? It's light. That isn't how it works. Are you carrying the tool of your work? Well, then the plumber can carry his tools and the doctor can carry his tools and the construction worker. You see the idea. Mm-hmm. And I kind of picture Paul being, and maybe James, I think James and Peter as well, being pretty, back then it would be considered, the word liberal and conservative is misused even today, but.
A very strange day is coming to America. In short, a massive and surprising new transition could soon determine the next group of millionaires.
To have a freer, more open interpretation of how to keep the commands. Like I'm going to keep the Sabbath, for example, but how do I keep the Sabbath? And I don't know this because Paul never comments on it, but he does say once in Colossians, which is probably a secondary Pauline letter, but he says things like in Galatians too, I can quote that in Colossians, he says, you observe days, seasons, months, years, touch not, taste not, handle not. That's not what it's about. So some of his people are getting pulled toward more that, fully observant, maybe in following the Pharisaic interpretation, maybe the Sadducean interpretation, maybe the Qumran interpretation, which is the Dead Sea Scroll, more Sadducean, but even more strict than the Pharisees. I want your listeners to know that the Pharisees are the liberals. Everybody thinks they're conservative. They're actually the liberals because they try to figure out how to make ways for people to practically live according to Torah. For example, the Torah says you can't go out of your house on the Sabbath. And it says to put the toilets outside the house. Whoa, what are we going to do there? No problem with the Pharisees. They mark what's called an eruv around the area. They still do it today in Jerusalem. And you can have a toilet, way out or whatever. You don't have. House is defined. Now my house is like my town. That's my house. Whereas at Qumran, they apparently, Josephus says, no, you got to hold it 24 hours. You stay in the camp. Toilets are outside the camp. And Josephus says, and I admire them so for their great piety. And, I did work at Qumran and found the latrines. I published this in the Revue des Qumran, the journal. People can look it up. It's also on my website, all my articles, jamestabor.com, if you look. Anyway, Josias and I found the latrines, and they're 200 cubits northwest of the camp that they were actually using. And as Joe said, can you imagine at sundown when the bell rung, so to speak? People are
lining up
the hill. So anyway, so I mention all that just to say that, an example of some of and I'm not making fun of Judaism for orthodoxy and strict.
Right.
I've been in Orthodox homes for the Sabbath. It's a pleasure. It's a delight. Believe me. Some way, like you're not answering the phone, you're not doing this and that. That's also a good thing. And you don't have to worry about anything. You just for 24 hours have talk and eat and drink wine and associate, So,
right.
Yeah. But go ahead.
Yeah, no, what I guess getting to the heart of the problem, Paul, Peter, and James, I've heard people say, even I think Dr. Pagels thinks that there's definitely a problem between the groups, because soon after that, Paul is now confronting Peter. This isn't, they're not just best pals and buds in this whole thing. Now, I confront him to his face. What's Paul trying to say to his Galatian audience? Because he's trying to tell them something, and then he's constantly defending himself from this day forward, it seems. Yeah. I am not a liar. I did not lie. What's the accusation? There's so many problems that Paul's trying to address, and it makes me think that they fractioned. At first, we were cool. They even approved of it. Yeah. Why are you saying that about they approved of it?
I think probably, I'll come back to Peter, but there's a wider. Peter was a table fellowship thing, and we know what that was about.
Right.
I'll get back to that, but there's a wider issue, and it's absolutely the major issue. And it's actually known in Acts 21, years later, when Paul goes finally to Jerusalem again. and he's coming up with gifts. He ends up getting arrested and so forth, and it's the end of the story. But before that happens, what does he do as soon as he arrives? And he's brought gifts from the Gentiles. This is fulfilling the prophets for him.
Right.
We'll talk about that later. He thinks these are the prophesied that the non-Jews will bring gifts up to Jerusalem in the last days. So, it's almost like symbolic. I don't know how much he brought, but maybe he had several thousand people donating, and then he goes, we brought this.
For my wallet, I just wanted three things. Had to be simple, really easy to access your cards, and last forever.
This for the Jewish people to help the poor and so forth. So he goes in to see James, and James says, oh, Paul, I'm paraphrasing. He says, so great to see you. There is something, though, before we go further, we need to clarify. Some people are saying that you are going beyond our agreement, the Galatians agreement. Like, we agreed that Gentiles don't have to keep the Torah halakhically, like Jews. We agreed on that, so we're there. And so that's not the issue. But there are rumors that you're telling some Jews, maybe you yourself, that even Jews really don't need to keep the Torah in the full strict way of an observant Jew, because we're so near the end of time that what he says in Corinthians, the form of this world is passing away, meaning we're moving into a time when there's neither Jew nor Greek, and even says it in Galatians. Mm-hmm. There's neither slave or free, there's neither male or female. So he thinks there's going to be this cosmic transformation. Now, James doesn't say all that, but notice, in Acts, he doesn't let Paul answer, which is not a witness to what actually happened. It's a witness to the author of Acts, writing chapter 21, wanting you to know that Paul's still Torah observant, whether he is or not. That is taking the side of James.
Right.
The side that Jews need to keep the Torah. That's consistent all the way through the book of Acts. But Paul doesn't answer. So what he says, I always laugh when I hear it, he says, so that they will know these rumors, so that everyone will know that these rumors aren't true. Like he just said, be like I say to you, Derek, I heard you were doing this, but I know you're not. And in order to show that you're not, could we do, you go, well, wait, actually,
are you sure?
Let's have a little discussion of this. Now, thank God we have 1 Corinthians 9. This is earlier, where he's writing, later than Galatians, but earlier than the meeting toward the end in the 50s. And he says, here's my strategy. To the Jew, I become as a Jew. Wait a minute. You become as a Jew? What does that mean? And to those under the law, I become as one under the law. What do you mean as one under the law? Jews are under the law. And by the way, it doesn't mean under the burden or oppression of the law. It means it's the bar mitzvah. You take on the yoke of the law, but Jesus said, my yoke is easy, my burden is light, meaning my interpretations of the Torah have to do with what God really wants. Like, how do you keep the Sabbath? It's supposed to be a blessing. It's made for humans, not humans for the Sabbath, and so forth. Mm-hmm. So don't take it as under the law, meaning like, oh, I'm under this law, it's so horrible, because that's a later Protestant view. And it's still the view of Judaism today by many Christians. Say, oh, those poor Jews, they have to do all this stuff. If they only knew Christ. Non-issue. That is not the issue. Paul makes that clear. But he says, and then he says, not under the Torah to God or Christ, meaning he says, as if I'm under the Torah, although I'm really not in terms of Christ, because I'm under the Torah of Christ. And then he goes, and to the Gentiles, I become as a Gentile. Well, what does that mean? What do you mean as a Gentile? I think he would, it's usually things like table fellowship. Like, I'm invited over and you have a meal. I don't start inquiring, where did you, I see you have some, chicken there or something. Where did, or lamb, let's go with lamb. Where was that? Did you purchase that at the local Isis temple this morning?
Yeah.
So you become, and he says in Romans 14, eat what is put before you, don't ask questions, just the earth is the Lord's, the fullness thereof. This is all in Corinthians. Now, clearly James and Peter, we don't know enough about Peter, but James and what he represents. Torah observant Messianic Judaism with Jesus as the Messiah, raised from the dead, returning again. He would not agree with that. I think Acts is reflecting probably where James would be on that issue. So Jews are to observe the Torah in an enlightened way according to the teachings of Jesus that we have some inkling of. But Gentiles they're not obligated to keep all those things.
You ever wondered what actors and actresses do when they have to get in shape really fast for a movie?
It mainly has to do with dietary laws, circumcision, festivals, the Sabbath.
Paula
especially.
Fredrickson's she's hit the nail on the head in a lot
exactly.
of ways.
Yeah. So I think, did he break with them or is he against them? My sense is that he believes things that if they knew he believed them, there would be an absolute break. The question is, did that time ever come? Now, and I'll finish the question with this because I know you have other related things.
But we got 4 minutes left till time's
good.
out.
So in my book, Paul and Jesus, and I struggle with this more than anything, called Battle of the Apostles. And I cover all this, but I finally say, did they keep this uneasy kind of coexistence where Paul doesn't really let on what he's really saying and doing because he's out in the hinterland? And then when he goes up to James, he's like, oh yeah, we agreed. Yeah, Jews need to keep the Torah. Here, give me some of your kosher meat. That's really good. Did he kind of play along? Because he says, I act like a Jew. I'm under the law. Although I'm really not under law, he says. He is under the law of Christ, whatever that means. And we can talk about that on his ethics. So anyway, here's the question. Did he get exposed at some point by people visiting Corinth primarily? Because in 2 Corinthians, which is not a single letter, it's probably as many as 4 letters. It's all fragmented. But I did my PhD dissertation on 10 through 12. That's actually 10 through 13, include 13. And I focus particularly on Paul's ascent to paradise. But the question is, he starts talking about, are they Hebrews? So am I. Are they Israelites? So am I. Are they apostles? So am I. I'm a better one, and so forth. And people go, well, he's not talking about the Jerusalem people. No way. It's other apostles and Jews and leaders. That's the standard opinion. I'm sure 99% of my colleagues hold that view. But I went back to F.C. Bauer. This is 1800s. F.C. Bauer taught a lot of the greats of the Enlightenment in the German, movement of New Testament studies. This is Ferdinand Christian Bauer. And he argued that there was an absolute split and dichotomy. A lot of people will say things like, can you believe that Tabor went back to Bauer? He's been totally discredited. This is B-A-U-R, not E-R, because there's an E-R that's known for his New Testament dictionary, Walter Bauer. So F.C. Bauer. And I just say to that, yeah, I did go back to Bauer and I got convinced he was right. I think Paul broke with the apostles. And I'm sure it was on this issue. And yet, I don't think he was really against the Torah. He just thought it was passing away. I don't think he wrote Hebrews, but there's a line in Hebrews that I think he would sign on to.
The opening.
What is obsolete
is passing.
Is presently passing away. The form of this cosmos is passing away. And he says the time will come that those who have wives will be as those who have none, and so forth. He believes the parousia, the coming of Jesus and the transformation, is so near that this touch not, taste not, handle not. And there's a sense in which this would resonate, I think, with many people. I mean, on some levels, it certainly resonates with me. I want to be the objective scholar that's trying to descriptively figure out what happened and not take a side like, well, that was really good what he said or bad. Obviously, the parousia didn't come. But, his idea was all of that will be completely moot very soon. We won't even be talking about it. And I want to explore that further, some of the ramifications of that parousia not arriving. But that's a big one.
I definitely want to as well. Thank you so much.
The Judeo-Christians differed from traditional Jews only on one belief, that Jesus was the Messiah. His job as Messiah was to liberate Jerusalem from the Romans and bring world peace. I traveled from Jerusalem to where the Dead Sea Scrolls were found, in Qumran, a dry plateau about a mile inland from the shore of the Dead Sea. I met with Professor Robert Eisenman, who told me that Qumran supported various communities starting some 2,100 years ago. But scholars are loath to identify Judeo-Christians with the Dead Sea Scrolls found in the caves here around Qumran.
And then what do the scholars do? They come along and tell us, oh, people like Eisenman don't know what they're talking about. Oh, there's nothing there, nothing interesting, nothing to do with Christianity. This is a much earlier group. You can go to sleep, folks, and forget about it. Then we came along and said, no, folks, wake up. This is not just an earlier group. This is a contemporary group. In fact, this is an Aboriginal Christian group here.
Eisenman says that James, the brother of Jesus, ran things for the Judeo-Christians here at Qumran. His theory is one that many scholars can't swallow. Nonetheless, he says he can uncover an early Christianity that has been hiding in plain sight. How can he do it? It's complex, but it goes something like this. 1. Re-examine the ancient texts. 2. Compare in detail the texts with the Christian Bible. And 3. Identify an archaeological landmark. By building a detailed comparison of ancient texts with the Christian Bible, Eisenman says he can draw a treasure map and identify a landmark that physically places James at Qumran 2,000 years ago. And that may change the way we look at Christianity. His method starts with a new examination of the Dead Sea Scrolls.
We're looking across into the most important cave found, Cave 4. That is the library cave. There were literally tens of thousands of fragments found in that cave, just piled up in a huge, unruly manner.
The famous Dead Sea Scroll.
Absolutely. We live in miraculous times. Out of nowhere comes this beautiful material that tells us all about this movement.
In the Dead Sea Scrolls, Eisenman says he's found references to James, the brother of Jesus, also known as James the Just.
And we know that every time in the Qumran materials that you see the word just one or righteous one, the interpretation is the righteous teacher. So there is a leader in the Dead Sea Scrolls called the just one or the righteous one.
Do you believe the teacher of righteousness is James?
Yes.
Why do you think that?
Because everything in his doctrine, everything that we identify with him, everything that we know about him makes it clear that his thinking is parallel or part of the kind of group we have here. We have one basic messianic movement out here, and this is the center of it.
If Eisenman can place James at the center of it all, he can unveil a form of Christianity that has been lost for 2,000 years. It would mean that the Dead Sea Scrolls contain some of the earliest writings of the Jesus movement.
And we can see them as they were.
Yes, it's all in their literature. They're righteous, they're very imaginative, they're messianic, they don't believe in turning the other cheek, they don't love their enemy. They wish a final apocalyptic judgment on all the people who are destroying Palestine, the Israelites, and all the people around them.
But most scholars call the group that lived at Qumran the Essenes, and the group that followed James the Ebionites. These scholars believe that the Essenes wrote the Dead Sea Scrolls, not James's Ebionites. But Eisenman tells me to look a little closer at the evidence. He believes that many of the Essenes and the Ebionites were one and the same. And that means they were Judeo-Christians.
I don't even know that someone else would say, hey gang, you read about the teacher of righteousness, That's James, the brother of Jesus. That's the Ebionites. You're reading there the original Jesus movement
Right.
before it's been tampered with.
Before it's been, yes, overwritten.
That's what you believe.
Oh, absolutely.
Eisenman points out that there is a letter in the Dead Sea Scrolls that scholars call MMT. It's a letter that just may be greased by the fingerprints of James. That makes Eisenman pretty excited.
It's a letter. I like to call it a letter on works righteousness.
Was found here?
It's found in Cave 4. And what it is, a letter to a foreign king of some kind that needs tuition in the law of Moses.
They're telling a king how to
keep the law of Moses. There are converts in northern Syria who do need tuition. MMT, to my mind, is a Jamesian letter to one of these rulers laying out things that are required of them.
Eisenman has compared the MMT letter found at Qumran with a letter attributed to James in Acts 15 of the Christian Bible. And what he's discovered is extraordinary. The letters seem to match.
We know that James's followers in Acts took a letter down to Antioch, which banned fornication, blood, strangled things, meaning carrion, and things sacrificed to idols. It reflects Qumran doctrine almost all the way through it. It's totally consistent with everything you find here in Qumran.
So if you're right, the letter found there called MMT is actually maybe penned by James.
That's the key, that letter actually contained all the things we know that James's letter contained in the book of Acts.
But this is huge. You're telling me that some of the writings that we find here are really the writings of what we would call today, or the world generally, the early church.
The early church in Palestine, not the Pauline one.
No, the actual followers of Jesus.
Yes.
Eisenman is quick to make the distinction between the followers of Jesus and another developing movement that scholars call Pauline Christianity. That's because for the Ebionites, the continuing Jesus movement led by James, the real troubles begin with a man named Paul.
Paul was the enemy of his. Paul persecuted early Christians. He didn't even know who he was. What? Paul's telling us he knows Christ better than James, better than Peter, better than people who have spent their whole life with him, who followed him, who succeeded him, like the Kennedy brothers, would know more about who their brother was than people who were their enemies, who admit to having persecuted Christians in their lifetime.
Eisenman also points out that the writings uncovered here describe a spouter of lies, an enemy of the Dead Sea Scrolls community.
Planned all this too carefully to have it all off my face now.
According to Eisenman, the mysterious spouter of lies is none other than the Apostle Paul. After all, unlike the 12 apostles, Paul never met Jesus.
And I didn't even know him. I never saw him before in my life.
According to Acts, Paul admits that he was a brutal persecutor of the Ebionite Jesus movement until his miraculous conversion to Christianity.
So Paul is the first guy to try to drive a nail into the Ebionites, the James party, the Judeo-Christian.
He pacifies the Messianic movement. Whether he did it on purpose, whether he has
an axe to grind,
a super ego.
You don't like him.
How can you like someone like that?
Eisenman's dislike of Paul stems in part from comparing the Christian Bible to an ancient document and believes he has identified strong evidence that Qumran was HQ for the early Jesus movement. By comparing the Clementine recognitions to the Christian Bible, he says he can identify a landmark that physically places James, the brother of Jesus, at Qumran. The recognitions were supposedly penned by the third pope, aptly named Clement. Clement describes a scene in which James flees from Jerusalem, seemingly to Qumran.
You have Clement going to Jerusalem, witnessing this debate on the temple steps, interrupted by this ferocious man who comes in and leads a riot of blood and beating, in which he throws James down the temple steps and leaves him for dead. James is not dead. That night, his followers, and this is recorded, pick him up, take him to a house in Jerusalem. The next day, 5,000 of them flee down to Jericho with James. The enemy, he's not named as such, he's just called the hostile, the enemy man. But in any case, he goes and gets letters from the high priests to pursue these early Christians, as they're called, all the way to Damascus.
Although the Clementine text does not name the hostile enemy, his actions exactly match those of the Apostle Paul, as described in the New Testament. In Acts 9, Paul chases the early Christians down the road to Damascus. But before he can catch them, he has a vision of the resurrected Jesus. It's an experience so powerful that Paul stops his chase and enlists with Christ. The story in Acts exactly matches the tale in the Clementine writings. And so Eisenman says that the unnamed enemy must be Paul.
Paul is chasing the James community.
Right after the riot in the temple. Paul pursues James on his way to Damascus, comes through Jericho, but he misses them.
Where did they go? Where did they go?
I'm going to tell you where they went.
By matching the recognitions to the Christian Bible, Eisenman has uncovered the story. While James and his followers were on the run from Paul, they made a detour to visit a monumental tomb very close to Jericho. The tomb housed the remains of two brothers, and it had a special characteristic that made it visible for miles around.
The Pseudo-Clementine recognitions say the James community were out of Jericho visiting the tomb or mausoleum of two of the brothers that was considered to miraculously whiten of itself every year.
But this is very white. Look at it.
Yeah, well, I know. But the point was,
Robert Eisenman has uncovered what must have been a magnificent and obvious place of veneration. A massive cemetery oriented towards a promontory of brilliant white earth.
This is spectacular. Look at these graves are undisturbed for 2,000 years. Grave after grave after grave after grave. Look at this.
Now...
And it's all leading up, you're saying, to that.
Right. This is an absolutely spectacular promontory here. Most people just thought it was a lookout or something, a natural formation of some kind. Nobody realized that there was something there.
This is incredible.
Now we're getting to the most beautiful motherlode of all. Come here, Simcha, and look back at this incredible presentation in front of you of the whole graveyard, all centered on this point here. Look at this. Here we have the remnants of the burial enclosure or mausoleum. There's your view going south, and up to the north here, you have the way to Jericho.
Jericho's right there, right?
No, it's up there about 10 kilometers. And a structure here would have been seen by what? Everybody from miles around, right?
Eisenman's students excavated this mausoleum and uncovered a male skeleton that he believes may be the remains of one of the two brothers that James and his followers were venerating while on the run from Paul. The archaeology substantiates the Clementine writings, and that means a Qumran detour saved James and his JC bunch from certain death and bought them enough time for Paul to find Christ.
This is that burial monument sepulcher that we're standing on it, that it's such a magnificent, clearly monumental place. That's where they were, and that's where they went when Paul missed them, right here.
This is mind-boggling. This is a piece of detective work that I think is incredible.
That's the best I can do.
But this remarkable archaeology points to Qumran as an early Judeo-Christian headquarters, and some of the Dead Sea Scrolls as the earliest church writings ever found. But the community here was not to last. James was stoned to death in 62, an execution ordered by the high priest in Jerusalem, worried about the growing power of his movement. Eisenman argues that the death of James may have triggered the first Jewish-Roman war that led to the destruction of Qumran in 68. The JC bunch were in trouble. They'd lost their HQ at Qumran, and Jerusalem was besieged by the Romans. To make matters worse, Paul took their guidebook and cut a few rules that would change the religion forever. It was the launch of Christianity. How did Paul do it? It was a game of nerves between the Sea of Galilee and the ancient town of Migdal, Mary Magdalene's hometown, to talk with Professor Charlesworth about the Apostle Paul and his effects on the early Jesus movement.
I think most historians, as they read the New Testament, realize there's a tremendous tension somehow between Paul's version of what Jesus is all about and James, his brother.
And injected it into Gentile popular culture. And when it came time to assemble the first standard Christian Bible, the Gentiles ignored the Judeo-Christian Gospels.
Not many people today, and even not many scholars, know that the Jewish Christians, the Judeo-Christians, had Gospels, the Gospel of the Ebionites, the Gospel of the Hebrews, the Gospel of the Nazarenes, and other Gospels. These are what we call Jewish Christian Gospels. These are lost. Why are they lost? perhaps the powerful community that became the church did not want them. They didn't put them in the New Testament, and probably they destroyed them.
As the Pauline followers of Christianity were establishing the church, they were writing the Judeo-Christians out of their Bible. They emphasized the supernatural divinity of Jesus and did not accept the Judeo-Christian belief that Jesus was a mortal man, a Messiah, but not a God. And there were pressures coming from the Jewish side as well. Even though the Judeo-Christians honored the complete Torah, including the 613 rules Paul had chucked out.
All praises, hallelujah, 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 hallelujah. All praises, glory now to the Most High, owner, creator, and possessor. Forever lives, anointed, beloved Son. Hearts and minds of the faithful elect. What's the word, my beloved brothers and sisters? I want to show y'all that real quick and get an understanding on what's going down. Different point of views, you know, different scholars that put in the work and examine the letters and the text and, you know, put it on out there. What's up with you Hebrews, though? Talk to me. What's the word, baby? That's right, That's right. That's right. Got the young snipers in the building. Bless up. All praise and glory down to the Most High. Forever lives anointed beloved Son. Bless up. Good to see y'all in the building. Go ahead and talk to me.
I was up early and spirit got me. I don't even think I went straight to sleep, but something popped me on up, you know what I'm saying?
Got on up early, huh?
Man, now I was saying in my dreams, like I've been able to like control them now. Like I've been really able to control my dreams. Like I wake up in the morning, I still be kind of tired, and like I just close my eyes again and then go somewhere. Like think of somewhere to be, not just be in some type of plane of existence or whatever. And like different things happen, and like I can control my reality or whatever. But yeah, it's
nice one. Okay. You floating, huh?
Yeah, I'm floating.
You floating, huh, Hebrew?
I was just laying on the ground this morning. I was laying on the ground, like but in my mind though, I'm laying on the ground, and I was just traveling to different places. Like
Sound like brothers leveling up, brother. All praises. Shout out to all the haters, jaw jackers, and naysayers. We love y'all too. Bless up, bless up. All praises to the Most High. That what's up, bro. So they've been traveling, they've been up. You feel me? How y'all bodies feel, man? There ain't been no dead flesh up in them bodies in a long time, man. What's going on? How them bodies feeling?
Bro, I ain't gonna lie, man. I just ate an apple today, green apple today. Well, so juicy.
What's that, green apple, huh?
Like, there is no, man. I'll break down like how the green apple, man. I just you first take a bite of it, you know what I'm saying, and then the juice hits your mouth, and it gets you ready for the, you know what I'm saying, the overall crunch of it, you know what I'm saying. So
brew an apple connoisseur.
Yeah.
I'm like, no juice in your mouth.
I was ain't gonna lie,
what is it?
I was supposed to do we was talking about fruit because you know the fruit don't like he didn't like them to all the different types of fruit, and I'm like don't think about the fruit you eating because you really eating it for the juice. You know what I'm saying? I said just get the juice out the fruit and then focus on actual liquid. Yeah, I mean, he more into the apples than me.
I love the apples. I love the apples.
Bro got them H302s, huh?
Yeah, Fred fed the kids two plates of mountains of fruit. You know what I'm saying? Berries, all berries. You know,
from a cig.
This afternoon when the sun hit the highs in the sky.
Lorenzo Chandler, 4 months, 1 week, no eating meat, fruits and vegetables. All praises to that. All praises, Hebrew. All praise. All praise, bro. All praise.
Good too.
Time been going fast. I don't even be looking at time no more. I be like, man, we in the now. You know.
But look, when y'all got to the crib, me and the boo was we was over here discussing meditation and breathing. We was just sitting on the kitchen floor, just sitting there going yeah.
But just before this, we was just talking to this woman up in the lift over there.
Yeah, she said she was Baptist. Yeah, I guess she was listening to our conversation. She was like, how old are you?
She
16?
And then she was like,
for bang for the Lord at 16. You don't hear 16-year-olds talking like that.
But she was like, y'all, what's his name? What we was? Jehovah's Witnesses.
Yeah, she asked her. Like, she said, y'all must be Muslim. And now we children of the light, you know what I'm saying? God. She okay. You know, she just got to ask some questions and talking with us a little bit.
Like that. How the family doing though?
Everybody seems like they're doing good up on here. I'm putting a couple comments up on the screen. All praises. You send forth love and peace even into the heart and minds of our enemies. You dig? Bless up. All praise, glory now to the Most High. We're gonna go over today though. Some more of Robert Eisman. That was the last scholar that was up on the screen that we showed. We're gonna go over some more of his book today. We in chapter 11. All right, Robert Eisman, James, the brother of Messiah, and the Dead Sea Scrolls, the historical James, Paul, the enemy, and Yahshua's brother, the apostle. Very powerful information. We're going to go into it. NehemiYAH, talk to me, brother. Bless up.
Hey, man, look.
Talk to me.
Hey, bless up to all the haters.
You hear me?
Jaw jackers.
And naysayers. We love you too. We send love and peace, yo. I just found out another cat tripping.
Hey, bro.
Jay, straight up.
Bro, I just said, bro, you sound like the weed head.
Yeah, I don't know what I did to look.
You sound like the weed head. I just called, bro. I call you. Hey, bro. You know I'm direct.
Yeah,
I'll call you up.
Yeah, I don't know what's up with Lil Woody.
No, look.
I don't know what's up with him.
Check me out. One man tell look, that's somebody else.
Yeah.
That's because you would have answered.
Yeah.
Or hit me back from the number I text.
Right, exactly.
Brand new number.
I think he may got PTSD or something.
Right, this is my whole thing,
that ain't the first time he done short wired though.
I ain't saying
I'm talking about with me.
I ain't saying that. This is where I'm at. Hey, look, I want everybody to hear this, man. Because this is how I am. You hear me? I'm too big to be hiding. I can't. My knee game ain't that good at bending down. I don't bow out, and I ain't on no run shit.
Yeah, so we're gonna bring it to your door.
How?
Hey.
Because be careful that you don't fall into the place where you think this your gospel.
Yeah.
Hey,
that's what it be sounding like.
Hey, you hear what I'm saying?
That's what it be sounding like.
Be careful, you niggas don't act like this shit your gospel.
Yeah, you hear me?
We don't own nothing. Everything I send out, and y'all done seen it before, anybody in this group here, listen, I don't own nothing. Anything I got used, you see it on my page, is yours. You see it in my emails, it's yours. You see the text message, I don't own nothing. The Most High graced me with time and space to have a little bit of this truth. You hear me? 2,000 years later, after it's been ran through, destroyed, and remixed. You feel me? So for you come out here and act like something is yours, or like, sorry, listen, ain't nobody doing that other stuff them other people did and straight plagiarize.
Right.
I'm just, you know what I'm saying? I just gotta say what I say. But then too, if I call you and you say you feel a certain way, one, you broke the law of the Messiah. Because the law of the Messiah said you have an issue with your brother. How did that brother what? And then after that, take what? 2 to 3 what? And after that, bring it to the who? Okay. So be careful, you niggas ain't starting to fall into this old my gospel shit.
That what it sound like.
You know what I'm saying?
All right, go.
Be careful.
Yeah.
I'm very serious, bro. My street game in comparison to my spiritual game. That's all I'm saying. So look, come on home, y'all. And it's because we don't own nothing, bro. Everything we doing right now is a repeat of what somebody else did.
Right.
Every conversation we have right now about the debate about vegan and not vegan, if you want to use that title. If you want to use
The debate between Genesis 1:29 and Leviticus 11 and Deuteronomy 14, old debates. Was Hamashiach actually the son of Joseph or son of Mosiah? Old debate. You ain't bringing nothing new into the plan.
Yeah.
You either rehashing what was already hashed out, or you bringing back something that was already forgotten. But then when you start digging, you start finding text. Oh, it was already there. Don't come talking here. Yeah,
we ain't
with
the,
the heaviest
we
group.
We ain't the ones you need to be talking.
I'm just saying, I'm talking heavy.
That we sure call you on it.
Hey, bro.
You sure get
phone
called
calls
on.
go out.
No, I'm talking about. I ain't talking about phone
Bro,
calls.
phone calls, pull up, walk on. I ain't running on nothing.
I'm talking about that face to face, something different.
What?
Oh man, it wasn't nothing like that. Oh yeah, bro. See what I was saying was all this stuff started going on.
But then when you do a video like Malaki did, I'm talking about when you do a video like Malaki did, call everybody by name, by organization, by count, by assembly, or even if you and they said I don't know who you is, hey, hit the live button.
What's up?
Bro, ain't no one person answered that call.
Sure did.
Sit your ass down.
Sure did.
Sit down. Hey, Christ wasn't no weak dude. He had thousands that was zealous for him. What's good?
Hey, look, it's just that simple.
That's all I'm saying, bro. Stop playing with Hamashiach. Stop playing with men that's trying to bring this truth to the world. You know what I'm talking about? Because you niggas scared.
Right.
You niggas ain't out here doing videos and you definitely ain't level 42, 43, 44. You niggas burned out. Matter of fact, you just started, you did 3 or 4 videos. It's real, and you got quiet.
Hey, yeah, like, look.
Bro, it took honor and humility to sit here and bump every man in here, because ain't no man who respect a person. It took a man to say, we're taking a hard line stance, and we're taking all the smoke.
Yeah, what's up?
We've been on other people's channels. Yeah. Say, hey, look, I'm in the hot seat. Talk.
Yeah, go ahead and shoot.
Ask all your questions.
Go ahead and shoot.
Hey, you on the debate league? Hey, I'm coming on.
What's good?
They got counsel. Bro, we ready for whatever you got.
Yeah.
I holler at you cats, and many of y'all know me. I holler at you cats out the Bible. I don't even open up the clip of time on you. If I open the clip of times, you dead.
The nail in the coffin. He ain't lying.
I handle you cats out the Bible.
Yeah.
Go on my page right now. I went on Leviticus. He posted a picture of him in his car. Brother joked him about the fringes. I said, bro, you know, you cats kill me, bro. You know my man about his fringes, bro. Hey, look, what was his fringes? He got the covenant of God. Before he even cut his rod, where his fringes at? Oh, wait a minute, hold on, check this out. You ain't even got the Torah. Him with that say Exodus 14, him with that what? That's burnt, what? What you who was Christ's enemies? Pharisees, Sadducees. Y'all forgetting one other group.
Scribes.
Come on, man. See, y'all know because y'all study. So when you said trying to hit my man, I said, matter of fact, how about what's the judgment for fringe? I said adultery, death. I said murder, death. Fringes, dash, hey, question mark, question mark, question mark. What's the judgment? And bro, using your language, your land, your building, your temple, your food, your everything when Christ came. He said you were children of the devil. And you cats didn't make the cut.
What's up with it?
And David said you ain't even entering my rest in Psalms 95. Hey man, look, I apologize. You know I get passionate, but I love that static though.
Yeah, that's
I
right
love
about
that
alley.
heat. I love that heat.
That's right about alley.
And look, my choke game proper. I don't even want to hit half of you cats if you crook. I just want to hold you so you can have enough consciousness to make a decision before you piss on yourself in the black eye.
Oh, you know that's class. That's real life. That's real life though. You know what I mean? What he just finished saying is real life. Like that ain't nothing to play around with. You dig? And again, like we outside. It ain't nothing for a conversation to be had. You feel me? We bumping the brothers we've known for years. What's up? We gonna talk about the elephant in the room or not?
And it's always no.
Oh man, ain't no elephant. No, let's not play. We know what it is. What's up? That's what I'm saying. Like, look, again, certain people can talk heavy, but you know, it be all like when you face to face. That's the true test of spiritual, you know what I mean, being valiant. You see, you know what I'm saying? It's really past the physical. It's spiritually speaking, is you a coward or not? You know what I mean? Yeah, it's spiritually speaking. Messiah in the temple getting it on with everybody in there that disagree with him. You feel me? Bold as a lion. It's that courage, you know what I mean? So again, in this internet age, people who really wouldn't anybody who really wouldn't be relevant, you dig, sound tough, and you got a platform now to talk heavy. But the real test is when you see somebody that's bigger in spirit than you face to face. You understand? At that point, either you a spiritual coward, or even if he is bigger than you, your mind is, I'm going out on my sword anyway. It don't matter. We gonna pull swords. We just gonna pull swords and get it done.
Hey, look, bro,
you see what I'm saying?
But
look.
I ain't even lying. I'm showing you this, bro.
Yeah.
Battle. What you want? I'm telling you. I ain't
Hey,
playing.
bro, say what had happened was Pete over here clowning. Look at Pete. Look at Pete over here.
Hey, what happened was because it's cool. That's how they run it, bro.
Yeah.
Hey, look, hey, my sister, Chantel, I talked to her this morning, bro. Helen, bro. I'm up at 6 in the morning, working with Israel, bro. You know what I'm saying? I love all y'all, but I ain't gonna never let nobody piss on Christ. Remember?
Yeah.
And definitely my brothers who bang for it. I know brothers who ain't scared to tell you this is what I see, not what I believe, because of course belief is there too, right? But he said, this is what I see, and I want to sit and talk to you about it.
What's up?
And then when he's sitting in front of your face, you look at him, come about a whole video later, like you smoking cigarettes and stuff about. See, what I think is Genesis 1:29, and even the clown niggas that he clowned with clowned him.
Yeah.
Nah, but man, we expose half the stuff we see.
I'm saying, exactly.
The clown nigga
You're right.
got clowned by the other niggas that try to clown us.
Yeah.
And guess where they went back to?
Genesis 1.
Come on, man.
I say,
come on, man. What?
You heard these cats.
Man, bro, and they killed them own self. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Man, you cats ain't ready, bro.
Bro, look, if we show.
Hey, did he answer anything else? Ain't said, over 7 hours ago, right? Ain't said nothing. Sit down, bro. You need to be retaught.
That's it.
And I ain't with no deal. I ain't gonna make you believe, bro. Because making you believe, you don't really believe. You don't really believe. But I'll holler at you. But don't come talking heavy like you own something.
You hear me?
There's our whole family about that life. You know what I'm saying? You hear me, nephew? Our whole family about that life.
It is what it is, brother. Oh, wait. Y'all done got the big homie. I told y'all the big homie outside. Y'all thought I was lying. Nehemiah is outside with it. Hey, look, but look, you know what it is? They call brothers like that in the scriptures the zealots. The zealots is outside, armed and ready.
Because wickedness outside.
Yeah.
Why you niggas ain't hollering at these gay niggas like y'all hollering at us? Why you niggas ain't on the street? And none of them elders in any other case, but why y'all cats ain't outside? You had a whole sacrifice sit that we resemble with old boy Travis, old sacrificial systems of old. Ain't nobody outside. Homosexuals running outside.
Rampant.
Ain't nobody outside. But you claim you in the Lord, calling at men of the Lord about what they talking about. But that homie, I just put up a post on Instagram. A second grade teacher teaching the boys how to put on fingernail polish.
Yeah, bro, that's crazy.
Get your kids out of school. You ain't talking about that. You already talking about, you ain't got your fringes on while you taking a picture with a car. Nigga, shut your ass up, boy.
Right.
You hollering at a nigga about fringes while he taking a picture next to his new car.
Next to his new car he got.
But you ain't hollering at these motherfuckers teaching your second grade kids about fingernail polish. Man, you don't sit y'all country ass down, boy. I'm telling you.
Yeah,
I'm the wrong Israelite for that, boy.
No, you ain't. You the right one. Nehemiah the zealot. Nehemiah the zealot. Y'all, we gonna start off in Micah the 4th chapter. I already know. Look at the title. It says, Peaceful Latter Days. Peaceful latter day. All right, y'all. These are all days of times that's in front of us. that we all banging to inherit. You know
Yeah.
what I mean? Banging to see. You understand? And understand this. You dig? We ain't your enemy. All right? What is this man screaming about? LOL thought this was Bible class. It is. If you got virgin nerves, exit stage left.
Let me tell you what I'm hollering about, Cliff. Let me tell you what I'm hollering about. I'm hollering about these noodle-back Negroes who want to argue at other Israelites in the truth and banging and raising their children in truth about fringes. All while at the same time they don't speak a damn word about Israelites, that's out here with their children in the schools with second grade teachers teaching their sons how to put on fingernail polish. Am I being loud enough for you?
Yeah, making all the sense in the world.
I'm about Israelites out here trying to edify somebody about what they doing, all while you sitting here eating meat, following Paul, and abandoning Christ and the commandments. Anything else? Hey, my email and the text, holler at me. I'll send you my phone number.
Right. Watch this. Peaceful last days. Micah chapter 4. We're going to start at verse 1. Who got it?
Gotcha. It says, but in the last days it shall come to pass that the mountain of the house of Yahweh shall be established in the top of the mountains. It shall be exalted above the hills, and people shall flow unto it.
So we prophetically speaking, this is a time that's in front of us, not behind us. All right, come on, let's get it.
And many nations shall come and say, come, and let us go up to the mountain of Yahweh, and to the house of, it says, and the house of the God of Jacob, and he will teach us of his ways, and we will walk in his path. For the law shall go forth out of Zion, and the word of Yahweh from Jerusalem.
From Jerusalem. Notice the whole Nazarene movement was headquartered in Jerusalem, wasn't it? See where it had to come forth from? What the Messiah, how the Messiah established everything and then left leadership in charge. They was in Jerusalem. What Paul had to do, go up to Jerusalem to go holler at them. Because prophetically speaking, that's where the teachings of Messiah must go forth from. Mount Zion. All right, Jerusalem. Right? Now we talking about a peaceful kingdom. We talking about here. Now watch this, verse 3.
And he shall judge among many people.
Yeah.
And rebuke strong nations afar off. And they shall beat their swords into plowshares.
Now they're going to beat their weapons of war into gardening tools. Plowshares are gardening tools. All right, you don't have weapons of warfare, weapons of killing, whether it be man or animals. You see, the weapons of war will be beaten or turned into what? Gardening tools. Because you're going to eat what grows out the ground. Got to cultivate the land, you know. You got to fertilize the land properly. You know, you got to do that. All right. So that's what we talking about. When everything is reestablished in Jerusalem, the word of the Most High, the true teachers of Messiah, gonna go forth from Jerusalem. Many strong nations gonna be rebuked from afar off, and swords will be beaten into plowshares. What else it say?
It says, and their spears into pruning hooks.
Okay, more weapons of war going into gardening tools. Correct. Go ahead.
That's correct. It says, nation shall not lift up a sword against nation, neither shall they learn war anymore.
Y'all see that? See, prophetically speaking, that's why he said they shall not hurt nor destroy in all my holy mountain. Right? So this is Micah backing up what we read in Isaiah the 11th chapter, 1 through 9. Hosea the 2nd chapter, 16 on down to like 23. All right, but basically vouching for what? There is going to be a kingdom of peace. Weapons of war will be destroyed out of the earth. Weapons of war will be turned into what? Gardening tools. War, which is something that is learned, will not be learned anymore. Because why? There will be no more death. No more killing. All right, go ahead.
It says, but they shall sit every man under his vine, and under his fig tree.
Y'all heard this? You see? Don't say nothing about no slaughterhouses, do it. Vine and fig trees. Both that have to be planted. It has to yield fruit. You're going to eat the good of the land. If you're willing and obedient. Go ahead.
And none shall make them afraid.
That's right.
For the mouth of Yahweh of hosts shall
have spoken. Have spoken. Let's jump back to Isaiah. All right. Jump back to Isaiah. All praise, glory, now to the Most High. Let's get her done. All right. Isaiah, the 2nd chapter. All right. Just to back up what we just read. Second witness. And knows what this is. The Most High's universal reign. His universal reign. Right? Which is opposite of what you read in certain spots where it talk about killing in the holy mountain and offering the fat off the organs of dead animals and burnt offerings and all these different type of offerings that's going to be going on. You understand? Like certain things conflict with others. All right, but what is consistent, what was going on in the beginning is what will be going on in the end. Right? And that's the vibration, if that's the reality that you want, you must tap into that now. It's just what it is. All right. How you gonna bring this? Like everything we reading about is already within you. That's what we done read about. The kingdom of heaven is within. It don't come by observation. Oh, one day. Oh, happy day. Nah, what we reading about is something that is conducive to what's going on inside of you. You understand? Now, us collectively, you understand? If you find that inner kingdom of peace within thou, collectively speaking, we can manifest the kingdom of heaven could be a reality here on earth.
Yeah.
Right? You looking for something that you already have. Right? You already rich. Right? Looking for riches and chasing the bag, you already got it. What you need? You understand? It's time to focus inwardly. Right? And collectively, what we focus on becomes our reality. Look, it's already there. It's already there. It's in the low vibration. Exactly. You already focus on the wrong things. Look at our neighborhoods.
Yeah.
Look at the drug epidemic. Look at all the diseases, and you're forced to focus on a reality that you call hell.
Yeah.
You manifest hell. That's what you manifest. That's what you focus on. You dig? But if you focus on, if you know the kingdom of heaven is an ideal or a concept that's within that you already have, why bother that for stones? You know what I mean? Why bother that great pearl for stones? You already got the kingdom of heaven. It's already within. So our job is to raise the vibration of our people.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Teach them how to really use mind power and teach them how to think. You know what I'm saying? So then collectively, you got millions of brothers and sisters that's locked in and focused, laser focused on this right here. It's already within them, and that becomes our reality. Kingdom of heaven on this earth. See what I'm saying? That's why you gotta be careful, man. Watching too much news and all that. Dang, you hear what happened again? Dang, and you look up. That's all you talking about.
Yeah.
All you talking about is the new world order. Shit, they about to take the money away. You know what I mean? The army finna come in and kick out those in the vaccine mandators and that's all you talk about. You ain't even talking about this, the universal reign of the Most High that's already within you. Command peace within your reign.
Most definitely.
You feel me? And then collectively we get together and focus on whatever we want, and mountains will move out the way.
Right.
We're enveloped or surrounded with our answer.
And that's the thing too, like of how people even view the sayings of Christ. Like I take the master's teachings literally. It's like, but things in there, you like he spit parables. So it's like it's things you gotta like when you say you can move mountains. Somebody automatically thinks I'm gonna move a mountain, but they don't really think that they can move a mountain when it's like just different stumbling blocks in your life or different like things you can like move out of your way or whatever, just with the power of the mind or whatever, and having that faith and belief. Like he was saying about the news. Like when people look at the news and they're looking at all these videos, they're like, dang, like look at all this stuff that's gonna happen and stuff like that. It's like you subconsciously is going back. It's in your subconscious, like, man, like you kind of shook a little bit. You scared, so you trying to get prepared. You trying to do all this type of stuff, and it's like you not really focusing on like what you're not really being like a visionary on what the world is really like for real. You know what I'm saying? Like this is only your reality because how you perceive life. If you perceive life as like, all right, this is a effed up world or whatever, then it's gonna be an effed up world. You know what I'm saying? But it's people who think that this is where people walk around here like, man, this world is so good. It's so good, and where they live, it's so good. because they view it like that. You know what I'm saying? So what you
They found peace within themselves.
And if everybody, pull out the Christ consciousness, therefore, you know what I'm saying, you manifest the situation of him actually coming back. And you know what I'm saying? Because everybody got their collective consciousness at this point. You know what I'm saying? They got the same heart, same mind. You know what I'm saying? Now the world and the people in it, you know what I'm saying, is ready to be peacefully and lovingly ruled, you know what I'm saying, by the one it's supposed to be ruled by.
Hey, look, absolutely. Hey, look, they got this thing called the double slit theory. You understand? It's crazy that this is what the theory goes. I'm gonna show a video of it after we read this scripture right here. But basically, what you focus on becomes your reality. You know what I mean? They did that with science. They did an experiment, and matter itself takes a solid formulation once it's observed. If it's not observed, it's not there. It's something. But as soon as man puts his conscience and his focus on it, it becomes that doorknob right there. It becomes that pipe. It becomes that chair. I'm gonna show a video of it. It was wild. I was looking at it like, dang, that's straight light. And so that means everything that life is made out of, even matter has consciousness. Because once it's viewed, and then it may not even be viewed by the naked eye, but even if it's being recorded, that's something solid on up. And I say, dang, that's crazy. Yeah, I'm gonna show it to you. You know what I mean? But that's further proof. You understand the power of your mind, the power of thought. Right now, your enemy knows that, and that's why the trick is to trick you into thinking the wrong way, putting your energy or your mental power, spending your spiritual currency in the wrong spot. See, everything's negative. You know what I mean? Everything that's going on with you is negative. Bang! How you know all that ain't the test to have you just dwelling on it? No, I refuse to even dwell on it. You know what I mean? Level up, rise above it. Everything in life has resistance, so there's going to be a force that comes against whatever it is you got going on. Better believe it. But at that moment, that's a hurdle. You either gonna truck through it or jump over it. You know what I mean? And focus on the reality that you want. You see what I'm saying?
Hey man, I'm phasing through it, man.
Yeah, you're phasing through it. Huh? Isaiah 2:1, second witness. What did it say, y'all?
The word that Isaiah, son of Amos, saw concerning Judah and Jerusalem. And it shall come to pass in the last days that the mountain of the Lord, YHWH'S house, shall be established in the top of the mountains, and shall be exalted above the hills, and all nations shall flow unto it.
So we talking about what we just talked about in the book of Micah, correct? All right, verse 3, go ahead.
And many people shall go and say, Come ye, and let us go up to the mountain of YHWH, to the house of Yahweh, of Jacob. And he will teach us of his ways, and we will walk in his path.
Yeah.
For out of Zion shall go forth the law, and the word of YHWH from Jerusalem.
Again, that's why the Messiah's movement was headquartered out of Jerusalem. When you get into the book of Acts and all that, they had to go back to Jerusalem. When the fiery tongues came, Jerusalem. You understand? It all go back to Jerusalem, right? Verse 4.
And he shall judge amongst the nations, and shall rebuke many people, and they shall beat their swords into plowshares, and their spears into pruning hooks. Nations shall not lift up sword against nation, neither shall they learn war anymore.
Read that verse 5.
O house of Jacob, come ye, and let us walk in the light of YHWH.
Yeah, see? Right. So the ways of war is darkness. Supposed to walk in light, and light is what? The peace. You see what I'm saying? War is not to be learned anymore. All weapons of war, weapons down. Right. All weapons of war will be destroyed out of the earth. You're gonna eat what you can grow. Yeah, all praise. All praise.
And also, it's like, man, you see like the prophets, man, they just in line. They in line with each other. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, if it's 2 or 3 witnesses, you know what I'm saying, of the prophets, people who's supposed to be speaking the words of the Lord. They all have a collective consciousness like, look, it ain't gonna be, they know what the Most High wants, you know what I'm saying, and what it's gonna be or whatever. So yeah, just to show like, look, the prophets in line, you know what I'm saying, and yeah.
It is what it is, brother. It is what it is. Let's do Isaiah 11, 1 through 9 real quick. Let's do that one. Let's jump into some history concerning James the Just and all these different brothers who was pioneers to the Messiah's movement. After the Messiah left this earth, brothers that was pioneers to what's going on. Dig? Let's jump into it. All right, where we at? Isaiah 11 and 1.
Yep.
Let's get it. Look at this. Righteous reign. We just read about the Most High's reign. Universal. That's the righteous reign of the branch, which comes from the Most High. Right? Then we read over in Micah about, what's going to be going on in Jerusalem. Peaceful reign. See what I'm saying? All right, so what reality do you want? What reality do you want? Because obviously this reality that, that everybody's focused on is not the knowledge of the Most High.
And look, they manifest that, you know what I'm saying, from their thoughts, being from the words that they say. It's like what you just add, you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
That hit, it's like, what reality do you want?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It's like, but then you go, no, bro, we gotta, you know what I'm saying? We gonna be sacrificing, we gonna be killing. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna be eating, we're gonna be, you know what I'm saying? We're gonna still be doing that, and it's just like, you know, which one is more peaceful though? Like, you know what I'm saying? Is that not to your liking or to your loving? You know what I'm saying? Like, you rather have the opposite of that. You know what I'm saying? Because you pushing the opposite of that.
Right. Exactly.
You know?
Exactly.
That's a fact. That look, that's what it is, man. Let's get it done.
There shall come forth a rod out of the stem of Jesse,
Mm-hmm.
and a branch shall grow out of his roots.
Right, branch. We all went over this before, but branch, Natsars, where you get Nazarene.
Psalms H 53:42. Nate said.
Mm-hmm.
Nate said.
All right, Natsar or Natsar. That's what you get. Sprout, shoot, branch. Always figuratively in the sense of greenness, a striking color. A shoot, figuratively a descendant. Branch. So we're talking about a descendant coming from Jesse, who ended up being David's father. All right. Now this is after David is dead on the earth. Jesse is dead. Solomon is dead. Prophecy, we all know, is prophecy of the coming Messiah. All right. Those 2 words, those 3 first letters, Nun, the Zadi, and the Resh is how you spell Natsar. Is the root word for Nazarene, where you get Nazarene in Hebrew. Nazarene. Or you get Nazarene from. He shall be called a Nazarene. In Hebrew, that's where it's at. Matthew 2 and 23, it should be called a Nazarene. The Hebrew word for branch in Isaiah 11 and 1 is Natzer, where you get the word Nazarene or Nazarene from. All right? That's what it's talking about right here. All right? Also, Nazarene hybrid, meaning guardian of the covenant. You know what I mean? The Nazarenes are guardians of the way, the covenant. All right? As stipulated and taught by the Messiah. All right? Come on, bro. Let's get it.
The Spirit of the Lord, the Spirit of Yahweh shall rest upon him.
Mm-hmm.
The Spirit of wisdom and understanding, the Spirit of counsel and might, the Spirit of knowledge and the fear of Yahweh.
Mm. Go ahead.
It shall make him of quick understanding in the fear of Yahweh, and he shall not judge after the sight of his eyes, neither reprove after the hearing of his ears.
It says, but with righteousness shall he judge the poor and reprove with equity for the meat of the earth. And he shall smite the earth with the rod of his mouth, and with the breath of his lips shall he slay the wicked.
Oh, look at this.
Righteousness shall be the girdle of his loins, and faithfulness the girdle of his reins.
The wolf also shall dwell with the lamb, and the leopard shall lie down with the kid, and the calf and the young lion and the fattening together, and a little child shall lead them.
So we saying again, so it goes into they shall lie down safely, they shall not hurt nor destroy in all his holy mountain. We're about to run into that. Every man gonna sit up under his own vine, up under his own fig tree, right? Even down to the animals, because the weapons of killing are destroyed out of the earth at this time. We're connecting the whole thing together. And the young child, little child, represents mankind. And then you got lambs and leopards lying down together, kids and calves and the young lion and the fatling together. All right. So you got even the carnivorous, the carnivorous animals right now who eat raw flesh going back to eating plant-based. Genesis 1:30 for the animals.
Ripping the straw.
Yeah, that's right. Go ahead, Out.
And the cow. Yeah. And the cow and the bear shall feed. Their young ones shall lie down together. And the lion shall eat straw like the ox.
So you see lions who eat raw flesh right now, in that day gonna be eating hay like an ox. Eating straw like an ox. That's what's gonna be going on in this kingdom that we talking about. The kingdom that we all are looking to make a reality. That we looking to bring from within. You feel me? I mean, this is like the third or fourth witness.
Right.
Proving what's being said here. All right, go ahead.
And the sucking child shall play on the hole of the apse, and the weaned child shall put his hand on the cockatrice den.
Okay, that's probably some old English. A lot of people don't know what that's being said. So let's go ahead and get into it so y'all can see what's being said here. All right, NLT version. This is basically what's being said there. Okay. Y'all can see some of this stuff is old English. You don't know what an asp is. You feel me?
That's really what they used to call it.
All right. But look, go ahead. What that say?
The baby will play safely near the hole of the cobra. Yes, a little child will put his hand in the nest of deadly snakes without harm.
See? So even the venomous snakes are not going to be venomous. See that? Now we all know what a cobra is. That's what the asp was in there. All right, the baby will play safely near the hole of a cobra. Where the cobras, dwell at, well, a child gonna play safely near that. You gotta worry about being struck by a venomous poisonous snake in this kingdom right here. Command peace, command the peace. Yes, a little child will put his hand in a nest of deadly snakes without harm.
So is that right? So is that that's a cockatrice too? That's what a cockatrice is?
Yeah, it's a snake.
I ain't gonna lie, I thought that was like a chicken or something.
I thought it was a bird too.
I thought it was a bird.
All right, what else we got? Hold on, let me X that out. All right, verse 9. What is about that deal?
And the sucking child. They shall not hurt nor destroy in all my holy mountain, for the earth shall be full of the knowledge of Yahweh as the waters cover the sea.
Yeah, see? So obviously the earth is not full of the knowledge of the Most High, because this reality is opposite of that. So whose knowledge is full of? It have to be of thine enemy. You see? So that's the kingdom, y'all, that we all have within ourselves, that we all collectively looking to bring forth and make a reality. But Messiah said, where 2 or 3 are gathered, I am there. You see that? So, you can bring forth Mashiach too, out of your midst. You understand? Because his spirit is within us. You see what I'm saying? It's just all about focus. It's all about focus. It's all about mental power.
All right. None of us focusing on the right thing, we'll be right there.
Exactly.
The physical.
Exactly. All right, now look, let me show y'all something about this double slit theory. All right, I want to show y'all something. All right, let me see. That's the cartoon of it. Does consciousness create reality? Oh, well, that's gonna make somebody spill their coffee. I'm gonna show the cartoon first for the short leggers that's looking.
Yeah.
And then I'll show something else. All right. I got y'all. This is major. I'm just the cartoon first, and I'm gonna show a regular video. I want to show something for the short leggers that be watching.
There's gonna be a whole lot of old heads that's gonna be looking in like to get some edification.
Let me go ahead and mute my background.
And here we are, the granddaddy of all quantum weirdness, the infamous double slit experiment. To understand this experiment, we first need to see how particles, or little balls of matter, act. If we randomly shoot a small object, say a marble, at the screen, we see a pattern on the back wall where they went through the slit and hit. Now, if we add a second slit, we would expect to see a second band duplicated to the right. Now, let's look at waves. The waves hit the slit and radiate out, striking the back wall with the most intensity directly in line with the slit. The line of brightness on the back screen shows that intensity. This is similar to the line the marbles make. But when we add the second slit, something different happens. If the top of one wave meets the bottom of another wave, they cancel each other out. So now there is an interference pattern on the back wall. Places where the two tops meet are the highest intensity, the bright lines, and where they cancel, there is nothing. So, when we throw things, that is, matter, through two slits, we get this, two bands of hits. And with waves, we get an interference pattern of many bands. Good so far. Now, let's go quantum. An electron is a tiny, tiny bit of matter, like a tiny marble. Let's fire a stream through one slit. It behaves just like the marble, a single band. So, if we shoot these tiny bits through two slits, we should get, like the marbles, two bands. What? An interference pattern. We fired electrons, tiny bits of matter through. We get a pattern like waves, not like little marbles. How? How could pieces of matter create an interference pattern like a wave? It doesn't make sense. But physicists are clever. They thought, maybe those little balls are bouncing off each other and creating that pattern. So they decide to shoot electrons through one at a time. There is no way they could interfere with each other. But after an hour of this, the same interference pattern is seen to emerge. The conclusion is inescapable. The single electron leaves as a particle, becomes a wave of potentials, goes through both slits, and interferes with itself to hit the wall like a particle. But mathematically, it's even stranger. It goes through both slits and it goes through neither. And it goes through just one and it goes through just the other. All of these possibilities are in superposition with each other. But physicists were completely baffled by this. So they decided to peek and see which slit it actually goes through. They put a measuring device by one slit to see which one it went through and let it fly. But the quantum world is far more mysterious than they could have imagined. When they observed, the electron went back to behaving like a little marble. It produced a pattern of two bands, not an interference pattern of many. The very act of measuring or observing which slit it went through meant it only went through one, not both. The electron decided to act differently, as though it was aware it was being watched. And it was here that physicists stepped forever into the strange never-world of quantum events. What is matter? Marbles or waves? And waves of what? And what does an observer have to do with any of this? The observer collapsed the wave function simply by observing.
I discovered the 8 immortal kings of Samaria lived a total of 241,200 years. I've discovered through my research
I'm going to explain to you what's known as the central mystery of quantum mechanics. It was Richard Feynman, the American physicist, said, this is the central mystery of quantum mechanics. There's lots of weird stuff that goes on in the quantum world. Hit you with this, and it basically tells you what it's all about. It's called the two-slit experiment. I'll start with this. Imagine you have a source of light shining against a screen with two slits. Now, for the pedants in the audience, this source of light has to be monochromatic light, light of a particular wavelength, whereas, of course, a light bulb is white light, and that's made up of all the colors of the spectrum, lots of different wavelengths. But imagine this is just a single wavelength of light, and you can see the light is coming out in waves like ripples in a pond. That's the nature of wave-like behavior. As the light hits the screen, it squeezes through the two slits, and each slit in turn on the other side becomes almost like a new source of light, and the light spreads out, it diffracts. And as the waves of light overlap, they will interfere with each other. So where a crest hits a trough, they will cancel. Where a crest hits a crest, they will amplify, and so on. And so on the back screen, you end up with what's called an interference pattern. A series of light and dark fringes where the waves have either cancelled out or worked together in phase. That's fine. That's not quantum mechanics. That's a property of light that goes back over 200 years that we've known about since the early 19th century. Imagine doing the same experiment again, but doing it not with waves, but with particles. Do it with grains of sand. So this is the same experiment, but I've tipped it 90 degrees. Rather than waves that are spread out that wash up against the two slits and squeeze through, here you've got individual particles of sand, and each particle will either go through one slit or the other. And so you see they will sort of drain through, and you get two bumps underneath each of the slits. So the two peaks is reminiscent of particle-like behavior, whereas the multiple pattern of interference is wave-like behavior. What if we do the same experiment with atoms? Well, so imagine we have an atom gun, something that can fire atoms, a stream of atoms. You can't see them because they're very small. Let's block off one of the two slits. So these two slits are the dimensions and separation of the slits is chosen appropriately to show us how atoms do things. And so far, so good. Nothing strange here. You'll see a lot of atoms hitting the back screen. So this will now have to be some sort of photosensitive screen whereby when an atom hits it, it'll give off a little flash of light to say the atom has arrived here. So the atoms are arriving as these little pinpricks of light that we see. Of course, a lot of the atoms will be blocked by the first screen. They won't go through that slit. But those that do get through to the other side, you can see there's a bit of spreading of the atoms. But if we didn't know anything about atoms, we say, well, that's fine, we can understand that. A lot of the atoms are going clean through the slit. Some are sort of maybe bouncing off the edge of the slit, and so they're sort of being deflected a bit, which is why you get a bit of a spread. The first mystery of quantum mechanics comes when we open the second slit. Because now we see something that's very much like the interference pattern we got with light. Rather than having two bands of spots where the atoms have gone through the two slits, It's as though the atoms have gone through the slits behaving like waves, and you get interference of the waves and you get these bands. If we know nothing about atoms or quantum mechanics, you could try and rationalize it and say, well, you know, maybe atoms behave in a very strange way, and only a certain number of them are allowed to all sit together. And so, you know, me and my gang, we're all going to go on this slit. No, sorry, no room for you. You go to the next slit above. And by the way, there's this rule that no one can go in between the two bands, but a few naughty atoms do. So there's a bit of a scatter. You know, we don't. There could be some forces between atoms that make them coordinate their actions in a way to give this pattern. That's not mysterious. That's just, we just don't know how atoms do things. But we can be clever and we can force the issue. What if we were to not send the atoms all through at once, but send them through one at a time? Leave enough of a gap for the atom to get through to hit the screen. Of course, as I say, some atoms will hit the first screen and not get through, but those that get through will hit the back screen. So let's run the experiment again slowly, and gradually you'll see as the atoms go through, they'll look like they're just randomly arriving on the other side. You keep sending atoms through one at a time, and gradually that same pattern appears. So each atom by itself is somehow contributing its small part to the overall wave-like behavior that we see in the interference pattern. How does it do it? How does, we know the atom's a tiny localized particle. We can't see it. It's too small to even see under a microscope. We're firing it at the screen with the two slits. Some moment later, you see a flash of light on the back screen. It's arrived in a localized point. It's not spread itself out. You don't get sort of like a wash of a faint light across the whole screen. It's a little point. The atom is localized. It's arrived in a certain location. And yet, it somehow seems to have been aware of there being two slits, not one, because it's given rise to this interference pattern. How does one atom do that? Does it split in half? Does it become like a cloud that goes through both? Well, we can try and be even cleverer. What if we were to spy on the atom and see where it goes? We can gently just observe which slit it goes through. So you put a detector just above the upper slit that will flash or beep whenever it sees an atom go through that top slit. Sure enough, you fire the atoms through one at a time. 50% of the time, the detector will beep. The other 50% of the time it doesn't, the assumption being that the atom has gone through the lower slit. But of course, I've been cheeky here. I haven't shown you the results of the experiment. That's what you get. 50% of the time, it beeps, and you see a spot arrive adjacent to the upper slit. The other half of the time, it doesn't beep, but you see a spot arrive at the lower slit. So, yeah, it's picked out the atoms that have gone through the upper slit and not the ones that have gone through. So each atom does go through one slit or the other. But that's a different result to what we had earlier. So here's the last bit of sneakiness that we can play with atoms. Surely now, you know, we're going to get to grips with it. Leave the detector there, but just very quietly go and unplug it. Don't let the atoms know that you're not spying on them. Make them think that you're still detecting them. So, yeah, okay, we're going to run the experiment, atoms. Okay, get ready, one at a time. We're going to be checking on you. All right, so run the experiment again. Now, if you can explain this using common sense and logic, do let me know, because there's a Nobel Prize for you. Quantum entanglement is the idea that particles, however far apart they are, still somehow, their fates remain intertwined. They are still aware of each other's existence.
You ever wondered what
I just wanted to show that real quick, y'all. We was talking about what you put your focus on. We were talking about whatever you put your focus on is what your reality is. And that's down to the most quantum particle called an atom. See, the atom acts different when it realizes it's being observed. It comes through, you know, in singular formation, right? But when it's not being observed, the atoms get an interference pattern. You know what I mean? And so when they decided, to say, you know, we want to look at, see which slit it go through. Feel me? Does it split up before it goes through the slit? Does it come back together? Like, what's really, we want to look at it so we can record it and observe it. Correct? When they did that, it acts like you were shooting a marble. Right? It acts like a solid piece of material, like you were shooting marbles. Don't look at it, it acts like waves, sound waves or whatever. Right? So it is consciousness, even down to the littlest quantum piece of particle you made up called atoms. You made up a whole bunch of consciousness. You see what I'm saying? And even the atom understood when it's being recorded or looked at, it acts different. Right? Showing you the power of the mind. Like if you focus on what it is you want, that will be your reality. The smallest building block that you made out of understands that. You feel me? Talk to me, Yeshua. I heard you over here. Go ahead, talk to me.
Look, man, I just got that though. It's just like when it comes to the consciousness, you know what I'm saying? If you thinking about, it's basically like you create the reality. And it's at first it's just all separated and stuff like that, and then you start thinking of stuff, and it come into one thing or whatever. So it's like if you thinking about at first, if like with this computer or whatever, at first it was just thoughts going around in your mind, like, or we could call these different atoms or whatever going on in your mind, and then you saw the image in your mind or whatever, and then it became one. Like at that moment that you thought of that image, and then you put it to work. You know what I'm saying? And it, you know, made that computer or whatever.
Right.
So like with everything, like you was talking about, like the focus. If you focusing on that thing and it's inside of your mind or whatever, like you can make that a reality or whatever. So when it comes to like the evil that's in the world, like if you all you thinking is seeing this war in your mind, and that's all you think about or whatever, you just form this reality or whatever. And it's like, so then that means then it's our job to, you know what I'm saying, have peace within ourselves and have like a righteous reality or a peaceful reality, and like think that in our mind, because as a man thinketh, so is he.
That's right. That's Proverbs 23. You know what I mean? As a man thinketh, so is he. Your thoughts dictate your reality. What you think, what you speak, manifest your reality. You have wicked thoughts, you're going to speak wickedness, and that's what's going on. All right, you keep playing these scenarios back in your head. If I see him, it's going to be like this. It's like that when I see him. It's going to be like that. And guess what? That's what it is. I wish somebody would be parked in my parking spot when I pull up. Boy, show is boo-boo stank, boy. You pull up and somebody parked up in that dig. You feel me? What you think and what you speak, you understand, is electric and magnetic. You attract to you what it is you want. You're not a victim. Life ain't just happening to you. You understand? Yeah, you actually create. Majority of the time, you actually, unconsciously you're doing it, right? But you're actually creating the reality that you live, right? It's all a byproduct of thought and speech, right? That's why Messiah told them the kingdom don't come by observation. Or go look there, or look there. No, it's already within you. You understand? Solomon, the great king, as a man thinketh, so is he. Like you have not because you ask not. You don't know how to ask. You feel me? You think this is all with your mouth, and please give me this. You understand? You're not focused with your thoughts and with your emotions and all that. You surrounded with your answer, in other words. You know what I mean? So all praise the Lord now to the Most High. Good to see y'all. We back in Robert Eisenman's book, James, the brother of Jesus, and the Dead Sea Scrolls, Volume 1, the historical James, Paul, the enemy, and Jesus' brothers as apostles. What's going on, Derek? What you smiling about, bro? What's going on, man?
Now I was wondering if you tripped off the fact that what you just showed, that each time, even though the atoms behave differently, they went through either one or the other slit.
Yeah.
So, let's say, even when it did the interference,
had a choice, huh?
Yeah. So it's basically, you know how the water got the waves. The water, when it had the interference, it had to go through both slits.
Yeah.
The Adam, it went through one slit and still did with the water.
Did what the water did.
Yeah, that was
Yeah, I peeped that. I peeped that. It's consciousness. No, it's
So
a lie.
it's like they chose which. Like
They made a decision. They constantly decided which slit they was gonna go through.
Right. And then for one that won't like you know what I'm saying, like understand it, it's like picture you actually having a piece of paint, like a paintball gun, right?
There you go.
And every time you shoot the paintball through the slit, it goes through one slit, but then it chooses to go all the way over here. This one chooses to go to the left. This one chooses to go to the right.
Or whatever.
Right.
Yeah, so but each of them went through one split. It ain't splattered like everywhere. It just went through one, but then it was like, I'm gonna go this way.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go this way.
Yeah.
I'm like, that's kind of like
right. That's what I'm saying. But look, these are the smallest quantum particles that all of us are made out of.
Yeah.
And down to the smallest element is still consciousness and a choice, decisions, right? Showing you the power of suggestion and the power of mind. You understand? Take back your mind, brothers and sisters, right? Decide what you're going to focus on. You understand? I mean, again, even down to how we live as Israelites. Like, I don't focus on us being slaves and under a curse anymore. We just are cursed people. We just slaves. You be like, bro, thinking like that, you deserve to be. You know what I'm saying? No, I'm a son of the Most High. I'm free.
Indeed.
You know what I mean? I'm not cursed. I'm blessed. That's how you got to be. You know what I mean? Because you dwelling on you being cursed and damned, that's the reality that you're going to have. You know what I mean? You'll never get up and do nothing about it. You never take back the mind, you understand, that the Most High has blessed you with. Right? Take that back. You know what I mean? Take that back. You just because you heard these things, these rumors or the news circling around about what's going on, you know, don't mean you got to focus on it. Because every day you're going to be like, bro, did you hear about what happened today, man? Man, executive order so-and-so got signed, dog. You know what I mean? Yeah, man, you ain't got the real ID by the time you better get no passport, man. You know, what's the name of that one? What's the name of the one stuff? You be bringing it up.
the vaccine test.
The soil and green.
Soil
and So, hey, Dad, we're gonna be drinking soil and green. We're gonna be drinking soil and green.
Green is made of people.
You know what I mean? Made of people. You dig? I mean, again, it's you can focus, you can be looking at a lot of these things. I ain't saying these things ain't going on. I'm saying your mind is so powerful that you got the right to focus on what it is that you want. You understand? The faith the size of a mustard seed, you can move mountains, meaning you got the right, especially collectively. But individually, you got the right to choose what outcome you want.
This thought just came to my head. Right?
Go ahead.
You know, the slave, you know what I'm saying, like being Israel, right? Or parts of Israel. And it's just like they about already gave up in the mind, already was trapped. They knew they were slaves. They focused on the bad part of the prophecy. You know what I'm saying? Because at the end of the day, you think about it, like all these plantations ain't have enough power to hold that many strong men and women. It's, you know what I'm saying? What they held was your mind.
Right.
So you already knew you was a slave. You was already focusing on the negativity. You was already focused. They knew about those problems.
They broke
it.
Exactly.
And they already was like basically accepting of it. Like,
Right.
Accepting of the negative outcome versus the positive that you could have.
Right. And the positive that's coming for you once you tap back into your divine mindset, or what we call Christ consciousness, Messiah consciousness. That's the mind of the anointed.
Right.
See what I'm saying? They fertilize the anointed. Once you tap back into that, oh no, you ain't no longer no slave. Oh no, that's a brother that does for himself. You know what I mean? He ain't making no excuses. He ain't blaming nobody, none of that. Right? What he focus on, he get in righteousness. He used this to operate everything that's around him. Operate and regulate everything that's around him in righteousness. That's what we talk about. You see what I'm saying? Like, so again, dealing with your enemy. They understood. They studied the mind. How the hell Pee Wee Herman put Shaquille O'Neal in the trunk? You think Brad Pitt put Shaq big ass in the trunk? Get your ass in that trunk. You and your family. Now what? And build my house. Bro, he had to take your mind first. Your mind had to been taken first. I'm saying we here to claim that back. That's mine. That's by divine right, that's mine.
I'm a son of the Most High. You dig? And I refuse to let somebody else's emotions or what the world got going on dictate how I think, because this is where the Most High meet with me at. You see what I'm saying? I refuse to be a slave. Brad Pitt ain't putting me in the trunk. You understand? But that's how we looking as a people. You know, Brad Pitt put Shaq in the trunk, huh? Get in that trunk.
Terry Crews.
You know what I mean? Come on, dog. You know what I mean? We got to understand that it's a battle of ideals. It's a battle of faith. Well, faith got to do with your belief, your mindset, your manners. Right? Focus on what's right. Take back your mind, brothers and sisters, for it is your divine birthright. And that it is the temple where the Most High, the Holy of Holies, where the Most High meet with man at. You understand? Now, how your enemy going to teach you about your God, about your power, who image you made in? Why would you expect him to teach you about what you already have? You see what I'm saying? Nah, you got to take that back. That belonged to the Most High. He gave that to you. You understand? That body come out of earth, Mother Earth. They can't have this body. That's why a lot of those Essenes zealot brothers rather go out and they swore than be captured by the Romans. Man, I ain't gonna be captured. I'll be let the heathen get this body. Because this body belongs, you understand, to your heavenly Father, man. It's just what it is. All right. It sounds radical. It's a radical ideal. You understand? But once you understand you are the temple of the Most High, that the spirit of his anointed dwell within you. You understand? And you no longer bound by religion. You no longer bound by the fear of men. You no longer bound by these organizations or none of that. What you focus on is what you get. You understand? And that's just what it is. It's that simple. What Messiah told Pilate, I can call 12 legions of angels now. But he told Peter that. I can call 12 legions of them. See, your divine right. Take that back. You understand? All praise and glory now to the Most High. All right, so look, we in chapter 11. I'm just showing y'all that of that Robert Osman's book, James the Just, who we've been talking about, vegetarianism. All right, abstention from blood and consuming no wine. All right, we're gonna go over to page 97. Last two classes we went through from 92 to 96. Let's jump on over. Let's see what we got going on. What's up with the brothers? Bless up.
You know what I'm saying? The kingdom of heaven is like unto some fruit that you ate, and then you go to sleep and you forgot that you ate it, and then you go into the refrigerator and you wonder, dang, where my fruit is? Somebody ate my fruit, and then you like, and then somebody be like, bro, you ate it. It's within you. You be like,
it's already within you.
It's already within you.
It's already within you, baby. All right, so now we about to go through some of this right here, and again, this is from a historical context. Viewing the scriptures through a historical lens, you may hear some things that you don't quite agree with. It's okay. All right. You only can receive what resonates with your spirit. What don't resonate with you, then you got a right to set that on the back burner until a later time. All right. Peace, love, light, healing, and balance to the hopeful elect. All right. Peace and love toward our enemies as well. Abstention from blood. Who got it?
In addition to explaining Noah's perfection, as is so often the case, in physical terms, not spiritually. Rabbinic Judaism also sets forth a general covenant in his name, the Noahic covenant. The ideology behind this covenant is presented in various places in the Talmud, but its main thrust has to do with what is expected by God of all mankind.
Of all, yeah. So y'all done heard it before, the Noahide laws, the Noahic covenant and all that. But they get that from Genesis, chapter 6 through chapter 9 for the most part. All right, go ahead.
Irrespective of national grouping, since because of the flood, Noah, not Adam, becomes the new father of mankind. Noah is presented, therefore, as setting forth the basic laws that all men are obliged to follow, even if they do not come under the Mosaic covenant, which applied only to the Jews, those born under this covenant.
So a different type of covenant. Okay, go ahead.
Paul, in his letters, is very interested in the ramifications of such thinking. Since he has turned to groups theoretically coming under what the rabbis would refer to as the Noahic covenant. Paul is anxious to emphasize that his communities should not come under the Mosaic covenant, that contrary to what seems to have been the position of the Jerusalem leadership.
Right. Jerusalem leadership is the Nazarene movement. Absolutely. Go ahead. I mean, what Robert Eisman is showing us that, and just like the scholars that we was looking at when class started, what he's just showing is that it's well known among those who really study this thing, study the history, study Paul's letters, study the New Testament, is that Paul actually started doing his own thing. He taught different, you know what I mean, than the appointed, ordained apostles who was under the leadership of James, the just, the Messiah's biological brother. All right, you know what I'm saying? Look, it'll blow your mind how many scholars actually know that. You feel me? And when you slow down and you start getting into the Greek, and you start looking at different translations, it becomes more clear. Like, dang, that dude say that. That's crazy. All right, but go ahead.
They should not allow themselves to be circumcised. For then they would come under the terms of the Mosaic covenant, in particular, the law of circumcision being the sign of the covenant. Genesis 5.
Galatians.
Galatians. Okay. 5, 1 through 9. All this, no doubt, strikes the modern reader as somewhat arcane. But these were real issues and the real, burning and bitter arguments that were going on at the time.
Exactly. Table fellowship and circumcision. Those were some of the main, you feel me? Like when you get into it, that's why I say Paul's letters are valuable. You really want to know what's going on. You understand? Based off what was commanded to teach and what he taught. Slow down and reread his letters, specifically Galatians. Specifically Galatians. The Corinthians is a good one too. But you'll start seeing, he starts throwing stuff out there like, you know, him that eat of herbs is weak. What the leader of the whole Jesus movement or Yahshua movement, they all plant-based. So what are you talking about, man? Does not nature tell you that he that have long hair is a shame? All them got long hair. I mean, they all Nazarites. You know what I mean? I mean, they took the Nazarite vow. Some of them lifelong Nazarites. Raised and never touched their head. So who you really talking about? All things are lawful for me. It's just they all don't build up. Well, no, all things ain't lawful. You know, I mean, that's in the Torah and that's out the mouth of the leaders of the Messiah's movement. A lot of things ain't lawful. And if it was ordained that all things were lawful, why you got to say that they are? If it's already ordained, there must be a decree out there saying, no, all things ain't lawful. This is what they have to stay away from. Tell them to get down like this. You see what I'm saying? So
most people that want to show those types of like the pictures of Christ don't see in their minds Christ with the fade. You know what I'm saying?
With a fade.
Yeah, they like, you know what I'm saying?
The Boosie fade.
Yeah, they don't see that. Like,
yeah, a lot of them brothers was life. They not only was plant-based, a lot of them was Nazarites. They took the Nazarite vow, in other words. You know what I mean? A lot of them were lifelong Nazarites too. So then who is you talking about around here? You dig? Then we go into how the Maccabees and them fought that 3.5-year war all on plants. Or you gonna call Judah Maccabee weak too? See what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. So it's a lot to take in, but once you realize Paul is just on record stating his opposition to what was commanded. My gospel, not our gospel or the gospel of the kingdom, my gospel. Anybody teach anything other than that, count curse. Well, who else will be teaching? Who teach contrary to what you got going on? Do you teach what they teach? I can see if you was teaching what they teach, and then you was like, well, whoever come behind that. But you know what I mean? Something totally different. So circumcision being the sign of the covenant, Galatians 5, 1 through 9. When you get into Galatians 5, Paul goes as far as saying that whoever will trouble you about circumcision need to be castrated. And that's a dangerous, boy, that's a very, very dangerous position to take when it come down to circumcision, bro. Are you saying tell them cut their whole rod off?
You said what?
So knows what he said. The modern reader, you look at it like these issues don't mean nothing. But 2,000 years ago, y'all, this was serious. You understand? This was serious. All right, let's get it, Hebrew.
In the Old Testament presentation, Noah and his family obviously could not have eaten meat.
Oh, hold on. What?
Obviously.
What did he say? Obviously?
Obviously, could not have eaten meat.
Could not have eaten meat. We dealing with Noah. This y'all again, this is the scholar Robert Eisenman, you understand? And he gives us reasons as we keep going. You feel me? But when we go to Genesis 6, we're gonna read that after we finish this paragraph or this page right here. We read Genesis 6, we see that the covenant was with Noah and the animals, and it was about keeping them alive. Correct? So him saying that is not a wrong statement. That's actually true. They couldn't have been eating meat. All right, but go ahead.
Because if they had, there would have been no animals left to populate the earth. Again, it should be emphasized. These points may seem silly, but for those people, ancient and modern, who habitually confuse literature or storytelling with reality.
Do you hear that? Because a lot of our people do that. You confuse storytelling and literature with reality. You understand? You get that a lot, man. And so with that comes the indoctrination. You understand? When indoctrination overrides common sense, oh, we got a real problem here. Ignorance is at an all-time high, bro. When indoctrination overrides common sense, ignorance becomes the new norm. All right, go ahead.
These become the promises not to destroy the earth again, or as he puts it, not to curse the earth again on account of man. Genesis 8:21.
You jump down. You habitually confuse literature or storytelling with reality. Go ahead. These become the
or he determined.
I've heard. Right there. Storytelling with reality. These.
Storytelling with reality. These become the terms of the debate. At any rate, Noah concludes a compact of sorts with God. In this, God promises not to destroy the earth again, or as he puts it, not to curse the earth again on account of man, Genesis 8:21. By the end of the second narrative of these events, this has been magnified into a covenant. This is the covenant that rabbis and others at the end of the Second Temple period are so intent on explaining and giving substance to.
Yeah, you want to talk about, you don't want to talk about what he said about putting them on the boat or on the ark. You want to talk about afterwards. That's what he's saying. These are terms of the debate. You feel me? Was Noah plant-based or did he eat flesh? Right. And the only reason that can be a debate is because it's two different narratives about Noah. One is the Most High made a covenant with man and animals, and that the animals are to be preserved alive. The other is after the flood, the Most High changed his mind and said, this is the flesh that can be eaten. That's what Robert Eisenman is saying, right? And he's saying, and this is the covenant. The other part of it. This is the covenant that rabbis and others at the end of the Second Temple period are so intent on explaining and giving substance to. You don't want to talk about Genesis 6 when the real covenant came in. Right. You want to talk about the part in the Noah story where the Most High changed his mind, supposedly.
And that's the case you're saying God breaks his promises.
Exactly. And look, we believe that he don't change. Exactly. You understand? But if you keep reading the Noah story, when you get into Genesis 8 and Genesis 9, where everybody run to saying we can't eat flesh and all that, Robert Eisenman is saying these are the terms of the debate. You don't want to deal with what? Genesis 6, when the original covenant with Noah was going down, right? You want to deal with after the ark, and the Most High obviously changed his mind according to that narrative, right? That's why he said our people are confusing literature and storytelling with reality. But this becomes the terms of the debate. And all the rabbis are focused on the second narrative, not the first. All right. If what I said so far makes sense, give me a Yahoo up in the chat. You know, we ain't trying to lose nobody. But this is what they are intent on explaining
and giving substance to it, right? All right, this is the second narrative. All right, go ahead.
In the course of these matters, Noah makes a sacrifice from the clean animals and birds, which propitiates God. Propitiates God.
Right, which basically atones or, you know, pacifies the Most High. He ain't angry no more because of this sacrifice. All right, go ahead.
And he is allowed to consume flesh or meat.
Now he's allowed to consume flesh. But when we read Genesis 6, that's not the covenant. It's not the covenant that the Most High made. But after then, you know, Noah sacrifices some flesh. It pacifies the Most High. Okay, now that flesh that you sacrificed, since you killed some flesh, now you can eat. Yeah, exactly. But I'm saying these are the narratives. We can't act like our people ain't reading that. It's in there. You understand? But the narrative is conflict. That's the whole point. People don't want to deal with. All right, go ahead.
The only
caveat. You gotta say caveats.
Caveat. Right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, yeah.
The only caveat.
I guess. Yeah. The only caveat that God makes is that mankind was not to eat the blood of the flesh with the life in it.
Genesis 9:4. Right. Go ahead.
Of course, Jews to this day have taken this as the spiritual warrant.
Scriptural warrant.
Scriptural warrant for a whole complex legislation involving the killing, preparation, and eating of animal life, and in particular, the abstention from consuming blood, the life of the slaughtered animal being considered to be in the blood and therefore not consumable.
We really. All right, go ahead. It says in Islam, the situation is more or less the same. Hold on, before we get to that next page, that's page 97. Let's go to 98. Let's pull up Genesis 6 too. Let me show y'all something. All right, what page 98 on here? 96, 97, 98. Let's finish that thought real quick. In Islam, the situation is, finish this off real quick. All right, so we'll say, following the dialectic of Paul in Romans and 1 Corinthians above, this concern has gone by the boards. See that? In Islam and in Christianity, following the dialectic of Paul in Romans and 1 Corinthians above, this concern, what concern? About eating flesh, particularly, you know what I mean, blood. All because of the second narrative of the Noah story. He's saying, following the dialectic of Paul in Romans and 1 Corinthians above, this concern is going by the boards. Man, ain't nobody even tripping off none of that anymore. It don't matter, in other words. See that? Now, let's go to Genesis 6 and show what the original covenant was with Noah. All right, let's show it. Let's show it. We ain't here putting no games, you sure? You already know. You already know. You already know. All right, then we'll come back there. All right. All right, I see YHWH'S. Y'all getting some understanding, our praises. Let's go ahead and go over here to Genesis 6. All right, wow. Let's share that. I got you. Let's share that. Hold on. Let me get that on off real quick. Get that on off. All right. All right, Genesis, the 6th chapter. Easy work. Easy work. All right, we're going to go Genesis 6. We're going to start at verse, let me see. Ooh, that's powerful right there. We're going to start at 13. All right. All right, Genesis 6 and 13. Let's show that.
Get it. Genesis 6 and 13.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. It says, and Yahweh said unto Noah, the end of all flesh has come before me, for the earth is filled with violence.
Wow.
And behold, I will destroy them with the earth.
Wow, violence, huh? Ain't the earth destroyed with violence right now? Violence. All right, so he goes and down, telling him to go ahead and make an ark, right? Jump down to verse 17.
And behold, I,
even I, who bring a flood of waters upon the earth to destroy all flesh, wherein is the breath of life.
Wherein is the breath of life. Go ahead.
From under heaven, and everything that is in the earth shall die.
Everything that is in the earth shall die. Verse 18.
But with thee will I establish my covenant.
There go the covenant. There go the bricks, the covenants. There it is, right? Now let's see what this covenant is about. And notice Robert Eisman was saying all the rabbis and those of the Second Temple period focus on the second narrative. They don't focus on this right here. Because in the original narrative of Noah, Noah was not eating flesh. All right, you got two different narratives being spun. One in which the Most High changed his mind. The other is what the Most High had from the beginning. All right, this is it right here. Go ahead.
All right, it says, but with thee will I establish my covenant, and you shall come into the ark, thou and thy sons, and your wife, and your son's wife with thee.
Mm-hmm.
And of every living thing of all flesh, 2 of every sort shall you bring into the ark, to keep them alive with you. They shall be male and female.
Now trip off this. So the covenant is between Noah, his wife, his sons, their wives, and 2 of every living creature. All right, when you get into the second narrative of this, you got 7 of the cleans and 2 of the unclean. But that's not the same as what we just read in verse 19. Of every living thing of all flesh, 2 of every sort shall thou bring into the ark. All right, so we got conflict within the story because there are 2 different narratives being spun here. I mean, it don't sit well with a lot of people, but it's the truth. Of every living thing of all flesh, 2 of every sort is not the same as 7 pairs of clean and 2 pairs of unclean. Now that says, and of every living thing of all flesh. All right, 2 of every sort shall you bring into the ark. All right, we got a different narrative being spun by the time we get into Genesis 7 and 2, and it's 7 clean and 2 unclean. Just so happened to be in Genesis 7 and 2, we got 7 and 2. You know what I mean? A little detective work in Genesis 7 and 2, we got 7 and 2. You see that? That's different than that right there. So this right next to that, y'all, Genesis 7 and 2, conflict. Because in Genesis 7 and 2, it's not 2 of every sort shall you bring into the ark. Here come clean flesh out of nowhere. And here come unclean flesh. All right? All right, go ahead.
All right, this is...
you in verse 20.
All right. Of fowls after their kind, and of cattle after their kind, and of every creeping thing of the earth after his kind, 2 of every sort shall come unto you to keep them alive.
To keep them what?
To keep them alive.
To chew on them.
To keep them alive.
You see that? That's part of the covenant. Whether it's the fowls in the earth, the beasts on the ground, even the creeping things. 2 of all sorts shall come unto you to keep them alive. That's part of the covenant between man and the animals. We read that in what? Micah chapter 4. We read that in Isaiah the 2nd chapter. We read that in Isaiah the 11th chapter. Right now we're reading that in what? Genesis the 6th chapter. That's part of the covenant. See that? Part of the covenant. Right? It's like witness 4 right here. Part of the covenant. Well, so who's still arguing? What are you arguing about? Part of the animals were preserved so they can be kept alive, not to be eaten. Now watch this, verse 21. Go ahead.
And take you unto, it says, and take thou unto thee of all food that is eaten, and thou shalt gather it to thee, and it shall be for food for thee, and for them.
And for them. There it is right there. So obviously the food to be eaten is not the flesh. The food to be eaten is not the animals. Yeah, Genesis 1 and 29, Genesis 1 and 30. That's what the food is. The animals are to be kept alive. That's part of the covenant between the Most High, man, and the animals. Most High says violence in the earth. I'm about to destroy it. That's violence you're doing to the animals when you cut their throat. You feel me? Just to satisfy your taste buds. What is that? Now you gonna put that on the Most High? That smell good to him, huh?
Rotting, burning flesh smell good to him, huh? Oh, wait. All right. So obviously what they were eating, the animals were eating as well. Correct? Is that hard to look at? Am I making that up? Am I saying something wrong? Y'all tell me. Let me know, brother. Maybe I'm looking at it wrong. Maybe they was eating the creeping things. Yeah, you know, the roaches. But notice what it said. What man is eating, what Noah and his family is eating, that's what the animals were eating. All right? Aiden, you see that? You see that? Do you understand it, though? That's what I'm talking about. Well, we all good. How old is nephew? 10. We got a 10-year-old over here, and he said he understands. All right, so all praises. Verse 22.
It says,
Verse 22. Go ahead, bro.
Thus did Noah, according to all that Yahweh commanded him. So did he.
So what Robert Eisenman is saying is that the rabbis and those of the Second Temple period, they don't focus on this. Is the covenant right here that he made with Noah, right here. They don't want to talk about this one right here. All right, they want to go and run over, you know, a couple chapters later, where it's a total different narrative being spun. And this covenant is 2 animals of every kind. Period, point blank in the story. There is no differentiation between 7 clean flesh and 2 unclean of every. There ain't none of that. It changes though. When we get over to Genesis 7 and 2, you get 7 and 2. All right.
That's to get enough animals for Noah and his family to munch on, chew on, and then there has to be enough animals for all the other animals that eat flesh to chew on.
It don't make sense, do it? It don't make sense. All right.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Because the animal will tear a carcass up and you need something the next day. It ain't no way that, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Real talk, bro. Let's get back to this. Let's get back to the Robert Eisman. Hold your script on deck, bro. You know we coming right back to it. All right. If y'all get some understanding, give us a Yahoo up in the chat. All praises. Blessings to you, brothers and sisters. Bless up. Shout out to all the haters, jaw jackers, and naysayers. We love y'all too. Right? And that ain't just a sound bite or a bar. You know what I mean? We actually love our enemies over here. It's all good, man. You dig? We send forth love. We send forth peace. We send forth balance into your heart to crush your spirit of anger and hatred that you got toward the brothers. Yeah, man. You be balanced out behind it. I pray you find what you're looking for. Forgive them, Father. They don't know what they doing. All right? All praises. All right? You curse us, we bless you. How about that? Oh, wait. Oh, that sounds radical. We feel good after that, though. You know what I mean? I was just feeling good after that. I don't even got this heavy weight on my shoulders.
I got this burden on
me. I ain't got to play out this word scenario in my head like, ooh, wait, what? Yeah.
Hey, man, bless those.
You know, he blessed those that curse us, could. You know what I mean?
I was having a conversation with y'all a while back. It's like, what I said, my enemy is only my enemy because my enemy is only my enemy because he deals with my enemy. So my true enemy, you know what I'm saying, is the demon that you're dealing with. So you are not my true enemy. I'm like, you know, so like, why would I want to wish harm upon you? Why would I want to wish curses upon you?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? But when it's the one that's behind you or within you that you let in, you know what I'm saying, that I really got to deal with.
Man, been in agreement with him so long, man.
Yeah.
It becomes your reality. Go ahead, bro.
Yeah, man. It's like, it feels great. It feels great to not have to be stuck in one lane. Like, in the realm of the consciousness, like 2 + 2 doesn't have to necessarily make 4. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, it ain't just one route that you go down or whatever. It's just like there's different, you know what I'm saying, like an alternate universe or whatever. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, I don't have to, this situation or this outcome, it can be what I make it to be. And it feels great to actually have that type of power and not think that everything is just so controlled. Like I actually have free will. I'm actually free, and I can make my reality. And you know what I'm saying. And I'm at peace with even like knowing that I could make that the peaceful reality or the evil reality. I'm at peace knowing that like that's I have that ability. You know what I'm saying. So like, it's under my control. So it's like That feels great.
Swim at your own risk.
Right.
You know what I
Swim
mean?
good.
It's a great responsibility with all this, man. Swim at your own risk, bro. Choose the reality that you want. Take back your mind, brothers and sisters. Right? It ain't got to be. You don't have to live a reality of sickness, poverty, chaos, drama. You understand? Bad and broken relationships, bad and broken children. You ain't got to live none of that. An incarcerated lifestyle and reality. You understand? Drug dealing reality, one of violence. Command peace in your realm. If you see certain people got them weak in spirit and just, are dominated by them forces, you can choose to either heal them, or if you ain't got to understand on how to heal them from that by sending forth prayers of peace into them, then keep them out of your reality, keep them out of your zone until you able to. You dig? Anybody can say a prayer for anybody. You know what I mean? I send forth peace and love into your heart. They ain't even got know you praying for them. I send forth peace and love into the hearts and minds of all my enemies. Father, forgive them, for they don't know what they're doing. Don't lay it to their charge. Send forth mercy to them. Boy, you feel so much better, boy. You be heating up and all that. Oh, dang. We got motion. What's going on around here? Oh, okay, yeah. Right? Command peace within your realm. You got that right. All right. Now, we back on page 98 of Robert Eisenman's book, James, the brother of Jesus and the Dead Sea Scrolls, volume 1, chapter 11, page 98. All right, we talking about Noah. All right, there's two different narratives about the covenant the Most High made with Noah. One is plant-based, one is reality of chewing on the dead flesh of animals.
The reality of death.
Hey man, y'all. hey, I got the bar smiths over here with me, brother. He wrote cold with these bars, man.
You perceive that.
His bro was on IG the other day snapping. I said, good Lord, I couldn't do nothing but hit the heart on that deal. Like, good night. This bro was snapping on this deal. That's what I'm talking about, man. All praise. Okay, let's get it. Where we at?
But this was not the case for early Christianity in Palestine.
Exactly. That's not the case. What you mean? We just whatever. It's sold in the shambles, eat it. Nah, that ain't what the Messiah taught. What you mean? Right. So that's what he's saying. That ain't the case for early Christianity, or the earliest movement that followed Messiah in Palestine, Israel. Go ahead.
It was quite the opposite.
That's right.
All of this relates to the issue of table fellowship with Gentiles.
Mm-hmm.
The same is true in the Damascus document concerning why the children of Israel were cut off after the Mosaic period. They ate blood in the wilderness, each man doing what was right in his own eyes.
Wow. So, the Damascus document is part of the Dead Sea Scrolls literature. You see what I'm saying? So what he's doing, he's relating what was dug up out of that earth in Qumran, and what you read like in Acts when James commanded Paul and them to tell them to stay away from food offered to idols, and from blood, and from things strangled, and from fornication. But Robert Eisenman is saying you can find that same type of language in the Damascus document, right? That's why he has a strong conviction that the teacher of righteousness in the Essenes is James, because what he said to Paul and them, it was found in the Qumran literature that was, dug up and made public back in the 1960s and 70s. All right, what today is the Dead Sea Scrolls. All right, same language, right? Go ahead.
Whereas Paul will utilize this language of cutting off to make an obscene pun about cutting off one's sexual parts in circumcision.
Y'all look that up, Galatians 5 and 12. All right, trip off that. So he's saying the Damascus document amongst Qumran, it was said that Israel was cut off for eating blood in the wilderness, going back to the quail situation. That's what happened. You feel me? A lot of them got diseased in the body and died behind it because they lusted after their flesh. But the Damascus document goes as far as saying that's blood, because flesh and blood, correct? All right. Now, Paul used this same type of language, even though the Damascus document is saying they were cut off because they was chewing on dead flesh of animals, aka partaking in blood. Paul used this cutting off language to refer to those who saying, hey, circumcision is still on the board, even if you believe in Mashiach.
circumcision is still on the board, right? He say, well, no, they should be cut off who teach like that. Cut off, y'all, means castrate. When you look up Galatians 5 and 12, look it up in different versions. It'll blow your mind what that means. He was telling them, I wish those that trouble you be castrated, mutilated. Because remember, they talking about circumcision in that. So to be cut off, and you talking about circumcision, y'all means castration. That's the Greek word that was used for cut off.
That's more persecution type.
You see what I'm saying? That's his mindset when it comes to circumcision. Right? I mean, it's different if you like, well, I don't think, because it was men in the past that the Most High dealt with, like Adam and Seth, and men that necessarily weren't circumcised. So I mean, and that's a different topic. If you like, well, look, if you tell me you still can have faith in the Most High, you dig? But if you like, hey, what I view about circumcision is castrate yourself. That's a whole nother level to what you're saying. Like, you know what I mean? You enraged at that commandment or that law right there. You see what I'm saying? We're not talking about whether it's salvational or not. Nigga, you saying the way, you know how I look at circumcision? Castrate yourself.
You want to circumcise yourself?
You might as well mutilate yourself. And you have to look again, y'all gonna have to look up cut off in the concordance and then look it up in different versions. It'll blow your mind. Matter of fact, I'm gonna do it for you. So we ain't gotta play around. All right. Hold on, hold that right there. My brother, we coming right back there, all right? I got you. Sometimes we gotta walk our people through this. So they don't think we playing around, all right? Let me stop the screen. Go back to share screen. Let's show y'all that. We back him down with the script, Dirge. Back him down. Now let me show y'all that. Let's go to Galatians. Galatians. Let's go there.
Galatians.
The whole thing is talking about circumcision. All right. Well, matter of fact, we start at verse 1. Now we can go all day and say, well, I think he's saying that because you got to do that with Paul's letters. If you want to try to make him harmonize with the other apostles, you got to say, well, I think Paul was saying this. Now we can have that discussion another time. We're just gonna deal with what's written. You see what I'm saying? We can talk all day like, well, you can be circumcised but not accept Christ. So you gonna be damned anyway, or you can be uncircumcised and accept Christ and you're gonna be good. All right, look, we can talk about what you think he meant 2,000 years ago, whenever. All right, but let's deal with what he wrote down, like what's written. All right, now watch this. Galatians 5 and 1. Go ahead.
Oh, gotcha. Stand fast, therefore, in the liberty wherewith Christ has made us free, and be not entangled again with the yoke of bondage.
So Paul comes off claiming there's freedom. You know what I mean? You've been made free. Now he's about to tell you pertaining to what? Because we ain't gonna throw no case on him. We ain't gonna say Paul was saying you've been made free to be a sodomite. I ain't gonna throw no case on him, nothing like that, right? Yeah. So what does he mean? You have liberty pertaining to what? And what is he calling bondage pertaining to what? All right, go ahead. Verse 2.
Yeah. And it says, and then from first hand, you just be like, he talking about like sin or, but he explains it.
As you keep reading, let's see. Go ahead.
We always say Paul explains himself, don't we?
Yeah, let him explain himself. Go ahead.
It says, behold, I, Paul, say unto you that if you be circumcised, Christ shall profit you nothing.
So he's saying the liberty you have is you're free from being circumcised. All right. And that circumcision is bondage. He used the words liberty and bondage in verse 1.
Like, look how he worded that, though. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it would have been better to say if you had Christ, circumcision would profit you nothing. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, he said, if you got circumcision, Christ will profit you nothing.
Right.
That just sounds wrong as a whole, like just all the way off.
ESV, look, I, Paul, say to you that if you accept circumcision, Christ will be of no advantage to you. CSB, take note. I, Paul, am telling you that if you get yourself circumcised, Christ will not benefit you at all. NASB 20. Look, Paul, Paul, tell you that if you have yourself circumcised, Christ will be of no benefit to you. On and on and on. NET, listen. Paul, tell you that if you let yourselves be circumcised, Christ will be of no benefit to you at all.
Dang.
You see that?
Yeah. Like he's just advocating, like,
He's against circumcision. Hard body at certain times, and then at times he got to compromise, and he go and circumcise Timothy. We about to go to Jerusalem. I got to go check in with the leaders of the movement. You got to get circumcised, but we can't deny that he's out there teaching these things. You understand? It'd be different if he was saying, circumcision, with brothers of old who never was circumcised that the Most High dealt with directly. You know what I mean? Not saying don't get circumcised, but these men the Most High has promised, you understand, to be in everlasting bliss with him. Men like Enoch who walk with the Most High and all that. Correct? Right. It might be different if he said that. And you can say, oh, yeah, you know what? He is right. I mean, circumcision ain't get with the fathers till Abraham, for real. Right. You know what I mean? Then you could, okay. But he's taking a hard line stance against it. He's saying that if you are circumcised, Christ ain't going to benefit you at all. Right. So how are you to take that if you're reading that? I shouldn't get circumcised. Right? And you don't never want to catch yourself speaking against the command of the Almighty. You understand? I mean, you can always be like, again, like it was brothers, Abraham was circumcised till he was 100. So, you know what I mean? So 99 years of his life, he was worthless, huh? I mean, that's for somebody saying that you damned if you ain't got that cut. You understand? Abraham was an old man when he got cut. All right. You see what I'm saying? But he's saying Messiah won't profit you. The very man who was circumcised himself. You mean Christ ain't going to profit you at all? And he was circumcised. Like, you don't want to persuade somebody not to do what was done with Mashiach. You understand? That ain't what you want to do. Your views can be a little different. That's understandable and all that. But why would you persuade? Because obviously they were sending, the apostles and them were sending people at the assemblies you was establishing and checking your doctrine. And that's why you got to come out and say this. You have liberty. You don't have to be circumcised. Circumcision is bondage. If you are, the Messiah ain't going to benefit you at all anyway. Watch this. Verse 3. Go ahead.
And one thing, too, like about Paul or whatever, it's like, I know he was very conflicted when it came to, like, having to take a stance against circumcision, but even at times having to give in to, like, all right, I'm a Timothy, you're going to have to get circumcised or whatever. And it's just like, I know, like, you know what I'm saying, he felt like a hypocrite. Like, you know what I'm saying, how you coming against it? And then it's just like, then somebody who served you or whatever, or who, you know what I'm saying, who with you along your side or whatever, that's your son or whatever. It's just like, he not dumb. You like, you know, you coming against, you say you got the gospel of uncircumcision, but why I gotta get, you know, circumcised or whatever? It's just like, yeah, it's just something.
Yeah, you look, it'd have been much easier for you just to get in line with the apostles, bro. Like, what's the problem? And you'd have made it a lot more easier for you. Look at this, verse 3. Go ahead.
For I testify again to every man that is circumcised, that he is a debtor to the whole law.
Go ahead, to do the whole law, right?
To do the whole law.
Go ahead.
Christ has become no effect unto you. Whosoever of you are justified by the law, you are fallen from grace.
But we heard where James say faith without works is dead. You know what I mean? Paul introduces this thing called faith, and faith alone brings salvation. James say, no, faith without works is dead. Right? So you can believe, but don't have to. Well, who you think he was responding to? Who was out here saying faith and faith only can save you? Paul was. Right? James turned around and said, a double-minded man is unstable in all his ways. Called a vain man. Empty man. Don't you know faith without works is dead? You see what I'm saying? So he claims you're falling from grace. So if you was to read this, you would be thinking, well, I guess I ain't supposed to get circumcised. I don't want to fall from grace. Right? Now watch this. Come on.
For we, through the Spirit, wait for hope of righteousness by faith.
Go ahead.
For in YHWH, the Messiah, neither circumcision availeth anything, nor uncircumcision, but faith which works by love.
Right. So he's saying it don't matter whether you circumcised or not in him. That's what he's saying. Right? Have faith and have love. Okay. Go. A lot of double talking.
Yeah, it's like, I can see how you can work. If you work that in there, like, you know, if you're talking about the faith and then like the works ain't really needed, you know what I'm saying? Then when you add the love in, it's just like, okay, I see what you're saying. Somebody just like, you know what I'm saying?
That's the
They-
word.
Yeah. You gotta be careful with word source. Gotta be careful. Somebody will bag you down. Watch this. Go ahead.
You did run well. Who did hinder you that you should not obey the truth?
So now circumcision ain't part of the truth. You see, because obviously it's those amongst the Galatians that want to get circumcised. They are convinced that they supposed to come up under the fleshly covenant of circumcision. I mean, they believe in Messiah. It ain't like they talking about. See, this thing. It's not like he's writing to those who don't believe in the Messiah but just want to follow Judaism. He writing to people that believe, that want to get circumcised even though they believe. That's who he's writing to. He ain't writing to those that don't believe in him. He ain't writing to no Pharisees and them. He's writing to those in Galatia who believe in Mashiach. Right? And based off the teachings of the apostles who want to get circumcised. He's saying, look, whoever told you that, right? Christ ain't going to promise you nothing if you circumcised. At all. Yeah, you ran well, right? Who did hinder you that you should not obey the truth? Wow.
No, it's crazy.
Wow.
Like basically when you say you did run well, it's like
you fell off.
You believed in Christ. You trying to do something more.
You believed in what I was teaching.
Right.
You believed in what I was teaching. You done fell off. Now you don't believe the truth. But y'all, again, he's talking to those who believe in Messiah. He ain't talking to those who don't believe in him. That want to get circumcised. Well, so what are you doing stopping? Oh, man, you're going to be indebted to do the whole law. No, you in debt to walk like Mashiach. That's what you got to do. You ain't got no liberty not to walk like him. Watch this. Go ahead.
This persuasion comes not of him that called you.
Mm-hmm.
Him. He's talking about him.
He's talking about himself.
He didn't get this from me.
This persuasion cometh not of him that called you. You've been called into the belief of the Messiah, but that didn't come from those who called you into it. Because they heard, because how else can you hear unless a preacher be sent to you? Who preached to him? Paul did. This coming from somebody else.
Right.
Watch this. Go ahead.
A little leaven leavened the whole lump.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead.
Now
he's calling it wicked. Leaven is symbolic for wickedness.
Right.
Now he's calling circumcision wickedness. Watch this. Go ahead.
Wait, real quick, just one thing. It says a little leaven the whole lump. So it's just like he's talking about being a debtor to the law. If you get circumcised, he like that's just one thing. That's just a little thing. You know what I'm saying? And then like so is he calling the law? You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Like is he calling like evil?
That's what I'm saying. Absolutely. But in other spots, he called it holy. You see? It's a lot of double talking, man. It's a lot of double talking. It's not straightforward. Right? Because he's losing control over his assemblies. He's losing control over his assemblies. All right? He tell you in Galatians, the 2nd chapter, men that were sent to the assembly by James. Men who were supposed to be pillars in the truth. James, Peter, and John, whoever they may be. Makes no difference to me. God don't accept any man's person. My revelation didn't come by none of them. I didn't go up and holler at the apostles. I went to Arabia, then came back to Damascus. Then I went up to Jerusalem years later. I mean, that's what he's saying. Go ahead.
I have confidence in you through the Lord that you will be none otherwise minded, but he that troubleth you shall bear his judgment, whosoever he be.
Whoever is convincing you that you understand, since you believe in Messiah, that you still need to get circumcised, he pronouncing the judgment on them.
Now, what judgment is it that's going to come if a grown Gentile or a grown believer who believes in Messiah wants to get circumcised? After all, Abraham was circumcised at the age of 100, wasn't he? Right. So what's the problem? 100 or 85, one of them, he was circumcised as an old man. Correct? Right. All right, so what judgment is coming then? Because Abraham would have to fall up under that same judgment. Right. Abraham was circumcised not at 8 days old, as a grown man. This man is saying, but he that troubleth you shall bear his judgment, whosoever he be. Whosoever. Oh, we. Well, we got the whosoever back in chapter 2. Right. Who was sending men at Paul's assemblies and checking his doctrine? James and the apostles. So we all know who he's talking about. All right, verse 11. Watch this.
And I, brethren, if I yet preach circumcision, why do I yet suffer persecution? Then is the offense of the cross ceased.
Now, hold on. You just said that circumcision don't profit you none.
So you preaching something that don't profit?
You just said that whoever trouble you about this matter gonna bear their judgment, whosoever they be. And now you saying you do preach circumcision.
Yes, he's trying to say spiritual circumcision.
Come on, man. You gotta stop. You gotta stop playing. Now watch Galatians 5 and 12. I would they were even cut off which trouble you. Now look at this. Let's look at a different definition, a different version of this. So y'all can see we're not playing. All right. Oh wait. Oh wait. This is about to get real serious. And they talking about those being cut off that trouble you. NLT. What that say, you sure?
It says, I just wish that those troublemakers who want to mutilate you by circumcision will mutilate themselves.
Wow. NIV. What does it say?
As for those
agitators,
I wish they would go the whole way and emasculate themselves.
Emasculate? Man, talking about some cut off your privy member. That's what he's saying. All you gotta do is look up cut off. You gonna see it. Go ahead. What else you say?
I wish those who unsettle you would emasculate themselves.
Okay, hold on. I see. I know it's another one. Here it is, right? The NET. Mm-hmm. The NET says what? You sure? Hold on. What does it say?
Where's it?
I must right there.
I wish those agitators would go so far to castrate themselves.
As to castrate themselves, y'all. I think we all know what castration means. Or mutilation means. That's a very dangerous position to take when it comes down to circumcision. And he said he's from the tribe of Benjamin. He's supposed to be a brute. Why would you go that hard? And look, y'all, he's talking to believers in Messiah who have been convinced that they want to get, grown men who say they want to get circumcised. Like Abraham, right? Was an old man. What's the problem? Why would you go that hard? And you compare it to saying they just need to castrate themselves.
It's like, is it really that serious?
It's not that serious, bro.
Like if somebody just want to do that,
going against his gospel, man.
Yeah,
he puts the gospel on something.
It's like, come on, bro.
Dude going completely off with that.
Like, bro, it's not that serious, bro. To be getting that mad over like somebody just want to do that. Like that's just their personal thing. It's like, think about like hygiene and certain things like that. People be like, that's, I guess it's somewhat hygiene or whatever. Somebody might just want to do that.
A lot of bacteria they would normally, get at it, but if you didn't do that,
somebody might just be thinking like that. I'm pretty sure they had that type of knowledge back then. And then also it's just like if they believe in Christ and they seeing that these people up here in Jerusalem doing it.
Right. His brother, the leader of the movement, like, you know what I mean? You got men that actually knew him that was with him. Here you go. I'm an apostle. Don't I got authority? You understand? Again, he was losing control over his assemblies.
So at that point, it's like you're not preaching Christ, you're just preaching you. You just, you know what I'm saying, you trying to show off you instead of trying to like, because if he was really in the right mind, he would have been like, you know, go ahead, you got the liberty to do you.
Yeah, why? Exactly. Exactly. There you go. He came off talking this liberty. Hey, bro, you got the freedom to go ahead. Like he could even been in a position like, look, I ain't gonna force y'all to do. You understand? But if you convicted in your spirit to go ahead and get that done, go ahead and get that done. Right. Same way we do with baptism. Right. You know what I mean? I can't walk up to nobody and force them to get under the water. But if they say, hey, Maccabee, you know, I wonder if you could, you know, that, of course. Right. Of course. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Why would I speak? Why would I convince you not to be baptized and you want to? Right. Obviously, they wanted to get circumcised. You did run well. You shouldn't obey the truth. Dang.
You doing good at first.
You see what I'm saying? Like, bro, you got the liberty to do it. I can see if he took the position like I ain't even gonna force y'all to. You understand? Because I ain't got no, you know, that look, every man got to be convinced in his own heart and mind.
Like, even if he was like that, bro,
that'd have been way better than saying you better off castrating yourself. Come on, bro, you tripping.
Yeah, because it's like this. It's like, man, he, even if he like not, I don't know, in agreement with with James and them, it's just like as just a brother, you know what I'm saying? That's all I'm gonna say is that like, even if he ain't circumcised, he's like, look, I ain't circumcised, but I ain't gonna tell you not to do it. Mm-hmm. Like, you know what I'm saying? I ain't gonna say it's wicked. I ain't gonna say it's out. You know what I'm saying? It's just like, do it, you know?
Yeah, it makes sense, man. You know, like why set yourself in opposition like that unless it was all about you, like you're saying? It's becoming more and more about him. You feel me? And you gotta watch that spirit, man. That spirit's still lurking around these days.
Yeah.
You know, certain men out here just, you know, act like this whole thing is theirs. And he's like, look, bro, stop it. You feel me? Stop it. All right. You're sounding like Paul around here.
Sound like Pauling off.
Yeah, Pauling off. My gospel, my ministry, my channel, my this, my that. Well, none of us even do that. You know what he said? My channel, my this, my that. Come on, there ain't nothing like that. I don't even know. But you got to watch out because that spirit of pride and boasting is what had Paul. That's what had him, man. All right, come on, Hebrew. We right here. Whereas Paul would utilize language of cutting off.
To make an obscene pun about cutting off one's sexual parts in circumcision. Galatians 5:12.
We just read that, right? All right, go ahead.
For the Damascus document, Abraham and the other keepers of the covenant are designated friends or beloved of God.
That's right.
This is exactly the language the letter of James uses when arguing with its interlocutor. The man teaching that Abraham was rather justified by his faith, not works. Galatians 3:6-29.
Hey, that's Paul again. You know, he made a long ramble about Abraham being justified by belief alone.
We have to get a class on that. And what I had a while back, what I had saw was even then I was like, well, yeah, Abraham went off his faith, but he did the works.
It's a work that followed.
Yeah, it's a work. Yeah.
Soon as he heard the word, he believed and did something. He acted on it. Yeah. It's the work that followed. He was obedient to the voice. Right. All right, go ahead.
Speaking to this adversary, the letter of James points out.
Come on.
Don't you realize, you empty man?
Oh, vain man. Go ahead.
That faith without works is useless.
So now we know James is responding to Paul's letter in Galatians 3:6-29. Paul makes a bold statement and says it's all about faith, no work. James responds and calls him empty, vain. Faith without works is useless. Paul was teaching the opposite of the appointed apostles, man. That's just what it is.
I could just see him like, don't you know, boy? Don't you know, boy? That faith without works is stupid.
Go ahead,
You surely know that Abraham, our father, was justified by works. You see that faith was working with, I don't see that.
Working with works.
And that by works faith was perfected. And the scripture was fulfilled, which says, now Abraham believed God, and it was reckoned to him as righteousness, and he was called friend of God.
James 2:20-23. Now we know James is responding to Paul. You see that? And when you read the book of James, read the book of Galatians, you'll see it.
When you think about it, it do sound like, I mean, you can equate that to him just talking to man of mankind, period. Like, you know what I'm saying? But it do sound personal.
He's responding. He's responding. When you look, if you ever read James and Galatians side by side, it'll blow your mind. That's who he responded to. They going at each other. Feel me? And look, off Paul's own mouth in the book of Galatians, or in his letter to the Galatians, twice he bring up James.
Right.
He can't bring him up by name. You see what I'm saying? Same book where he talk about castrate yourself if you're circumcised. Same book where he say you're justified just by faith. You see what I mean? But then turn around and say he preached circumcision. A double-minded man. See that? Everything that James was saying, go back and look at what Paul was saying. You say, oh, they firing at each other. Remember what James said, pure religion is this?
Yeah.
Right? And if a man don't know how to bridle his tongue, that man religion is vain. Paul. You talking about Paul. You know what I mean? He's double-minded. He don't know how to refrain his tongue. Blessings and curses come out of the same mouth. Shouldn't be that way, James said that.
The fruits of the spirit of these.
Yeah, but castrate yourself. Or I delivered that person to Satan.
Exactly.
Oh, but you know, love.
Love.
You know what I mean? He's double-minded. He's going both ways. This thing is swinging both ways with him. All right? Where we at, Hebrew? Let's get it.
This scriptural warrant from Genesis 15:6 is also a cornerstone of Paul's famous discussion in Galatians 3:6 and Romans 4:3. But of course, with exactly opposite intent. This notion of blood and consuming it is therefore one that exercises those responsible for the literature at Qumran to no small degree.
The Qumran community is the Dead Sea Scrolls. He said the Essenes, Nazarene, and brothers was out in that area. All right, or the community John the Baptist was a part of. All right, so he's saying that that's the community that's responsible for producing these Dead Sea Scrolls. Go ahead.
In other documents, Qumran refers to how the spouter of lying led many astray to build a worthless city upon blood and a city of blood. Quite
derogatorily. Right? Go ahead.
We shall have occasion to connect allusions such as these with Paul's innovative doctrine. Communion with the blood of Christ. And his reinterpretation of the new covenant in 1 Corinthians 10:11-11. Luke adds, as we saw the slightly differing twist, this is the new covenant in my blood, which was poured out for you.
Right. Go. Right, Luke 22:20. All right, now go ahead. Watch this.
Certainly, pouring out the blood was a fixture of Jewish ritual practice, as it has become to some extent for Muslims. Even in stories about Abraham's sacrifice of Isaac, which James 2:21 evokes to support its position on Abraham being justified by works. In Islam, this becomes the sacrifice of Ishmael. There is no intimation that the consumption of his blood was permitted, even symbolically. In this Noah episode of Genesis, as we saw, it is expressly forbidden. You shall not eat the blood of flesh with life in it. I will demand an account of your lifeblood. I will demand an account from every beast and from man. I will demand an account of every man's life from his fellow man.
Oh, wait. Go ahead.
9:45. When the Damascus document describes the cutting off of the children of Israel in the wilderness to the consumption of blood, the reference is to Numbers 11:31-32.
Right. That's the when we ate the quail in the wilderness. Right. Go ahead.
And how the children of Israel ate quail there.
There it is. My bad.
While neither the authors of Exodus 16:30 or Psalms 105:40, which also refer to this episode, regard eating this quail in a negative manner, but rather an illustration of God's solicitude for Israel. Numbers does.
It does. In the book of Numbers, it talk about how the people got sick and plagued, right? And how, they died. All right, go ahead.
For its part, the Damascus document is so incensed about consuming blood that it deliberately highlights this episode, adding that they were led astray in these things and complained against the commandments of God.
Talking about the quail eating in the wilderness. All right, go ahead.
For the second temple mine, anyhow, it was only after Noah's sacrifice that it was permissible to eat meat again.
Right, go ahead. For the second, what did he say? For the second temple mine.
Right.
Because when you're studying the scriptures, what you'll see, especially with those who have a strong conviction about anything, right? It's different. I don't even like this word, but it's different dispensations of time that a person would just focus on.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It ain't necessarily a bad thing. It just, if you focusing on the wrong dispensation of time, then your strong convictions can be the wrong convictions.
Bar.
Yeah, I mean, most definitely. Your strong convictions can be the wrong convictions.
Make a wrong decision.
Yeah, you know what I mean? I'm just saying, so that's what you had. That's why he said for the second temple mine. Because you got certain people that will only go back to a certain period. But you won't go all the way back. You heard Mashiach from the beginning, it wasn't so. All right. Go ahead, Doc. Let's get it.
Once again, to repeat, Noah and those with him clearly did not consume meat during the period of the flood and their incarceration in the ark.
Do y'all hear this? Straight up. Go ahead.
With Noah's atoning sacrifice, they were free to eat meat once again, with a caveat that they abstain from blood.
Really? Okay. It's getting good, Darius. You can eat the meat, just don't eat the blood, huh?
So you can eat anything that you cut.
Damn blood.
No, sir.
Dang blood. Hold on. Page 99. Let's get this one. Serious business, y'all. Serious business. We're going to be reading through this for the foreseeable future. It's going down. Now, look at this. This is page 99, chapter 11. All right. Robert Eisenman's book, James, the Brother of Jesus, and the Dead Sea Scrolls, volume 1. All right. Pleasing men of friendship to the world in Paul and James.
That's hard. I ain't gonna lie, this title, hard.
Pleasing men or friendship to the world.
That's Paul. That's Paul stands today. Friendship to the world. That's
yeah.
James stands.
All right. So let's see. Let's see where we going. Let's see where we going. Let's get it.
All right. Two conclusions emerge from this. The first has to do with James's instructions to overseas communities. The second, Paul's modus
operandi.
A
little Latin on you, Darius. Your method of operation.
Right. I see.
Your method or your mode of operation. Modus operandi. Go ahead.
James's directives to overseas communities are presented in 3 different versions in Acts. They are presented there as a result of what is usually called the Jerusalem Council. This episode begins in Acts 15:1 with the laconic note that some having come down from Judea were teaching the brothers, unless you are circumcised according to the custom of Moses, you cannot be saved. A commotion thereupon ensued and much discussion. And Paul and Barnabas and certain others were appointed to go up to Jerusalem and inquire about this question.
All right, go ahead. When circumcision comes up, go ahead.
James then clearly presented as making the kind of judgment predicated of the
Mabakar,
Mabakar,
the bishop or the high priest. You know what I mean? The bishop mainly is what it means. The Mabakar, go ahead.
In the Damascus document.
In the Damascus document, huh? Go ahead.
He rules, therefore I judge. We should not trouble those Gentiles turning to God, but write to them, abstain from the pollution of idols, from fornication, and from what is strangled, and from blood.
Right, we read that. We've been reading that the past few episodes, right?
Yeah.
Acts 15, 19 through 20. This is a directive. This is an order to the overseas communities. All right, go ahead.
In the epistle that Acts pictures James as sending to Antioch via Judas
Barsabbas.
This is slightly rephrased as abstain from things sacrificed to idols, and from blood, and from what is strangled, and fornication, 15:29. 6 chapters later, Acts 21 and 25 repeats this second version in James' final confrontation with Paul, and the culmination of the speech James makes to Paul, reiterating that Gentile believers, what Gentile believers are to observe and keep away from.
All right, so we've been reading all that. All right, go ahead.
At this point, James sent Paul into the temple to have himself purified and his head shaved, along with the 4 others, evidently under the Nazarite oath and of some kind.
Right.
Paul was to pay all their expenses.
Yeah, because Paul showed up with some money. Yeah, all that money he was collecting. All right, well, you got to pay for their expenses. He basically taxed them. Made him look like a hypocrite in front of everybody. Like, this is a man that say castrate yourself if you're circumcised. This man that say faith alone without the commands is sufficient, right? But by him doing that, or wanting to do that, he will be showing all them that everything that you heard about me or what I've been writing, I believe opposite. I really don't believe what I've been writing to them. You understand? Because remember, you pointed out earlier, he's saying that about the whole law. But then turn around and say the law is spiritual. So by him putting him up under a Nazarite oath, taxing him and say, pay for yourself and everybody else, pay for their expenses as well. You know what I mean? Take this vow, right? That everybody may know that you yourselves walketh orderly and keep the law. Right? But that would be, like you were saying, like with Timothy and Titus and all them people that he didn't raise, he would be made to look like a hypocrite in front of everybody he just showed up in Jerusalem with. Because that ain't what he teach out on the road. He don't teach that out there.
So basically he just got pumped.
Yeah, he got pumped.
So
he almost got extorted. Basically, like, look, you about to pay for that. You see how many thousands of priests that are obedient to the faith of Messiah. They all zealous for the law. They all under James' command. Now, this is what you gonna do. You about to go into the temple and take this Nazarite vow and pay for the expenses of everybody that's hurt. It's 4 other men, you yourself, you go do that. That way the crowd will know. Because the crowd know you heard. Crowd will know that you yourself walk orderly and keep the law.
They're all in the back row.
You know what I'm saying? Right? That's opposite though. That's opposite. Because he just saying if you circumcise, you are debtor to do the whole law. Christ shall profit you nothing. You know, those that's telling you get circumcised or convince you to be circumcised should castrate themselves.
The funny thing is, people so they so scared of the whole law. You know what I'm saying? Not even knowing what the whole law is. You know what I'm saying? Because it's simple to the point. And it's, you know what I'm saying? It's not that much to it. It's just like, but you scared of 613.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So like, you know, it's easy to follow, you know what I'm saying, what a man like this is saying. And you got that type of fear in you anyway, believing that it's that many things you gotta follow.
Right. But he out there at certain times calling the Torah weak and beggarly elements, comparing it at times to paganism. You know what I mean? He told you his stance on circumcision, right? I mean, it's a lot. Like, he's doing a lot of double talking. But I'm saying the fact that he basically was pumped to go ahead and start this vow and pay for it, not only his but the other four that had a vow on him in front of everybody, right? Goes directly against what he been teaching.
Right.
So he's made to look like a hypocrite in front of everybody, especially if Luke and them there. And ask Luke right. Luke there, Timothy there, Titus there. You know what I mean? Yeah.
It's like, and then I was thinking of this too. Like, imagine just the tension that Paul and James had. Like Paul coming up there to Jerusalem to see
the whole house,
the brother of Christ. You know what I'm saying? So it's like James coming there, like, look, it's just like if somebody was talking on his dead. He talking basically speaking on his dead brother or whatever. Like, even though we know Christ lives or whatever, it's like he's speaking on his dead brother and saying that, like, look, if you get circumcised, you know what I'm saying, he ain't gonna profit you nothing. And just saying all type of stuff that was contrary to even what his brother was saying. So it's like, you how dare you? You know what I'm saying? How dare you even like come speaking this madness or whatever, talking about my brother? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like even like with the other disciples, like, it's like, I'm not trying to like put them out of it because it's his brothers too, but it's like that's his actual brother. You know what I'm saying? So it's like you speaking about my brother and you gonna, you know what I'm saying? It's like
my big brother.
Right, my big brother. I was
right, as if he would vouch for this doctrine.
Right.
What else we got? Go ahead.
For Acts 21 to 24, 21 to 24, the reason James gives for this penance is simple, so that all may know that the things they have been told about you are not so, but that you yourself also walk regularly keeping the law. But of course, Paul does no such thing. He does not keep the law. Or if he does not so.
He does so.
I mean, he does so only as a convenience or to further his mission.
Go ahead.
Paul's view of the law is
succinctly
given in Galatians. It is a curse.
Galatians 3:10 through 13. Yeah. You want to grab that real quick?
Yeah, Christ, you know what I'm saying, has made us free from the curse of the law.
Oh, wait. This is serious. Oh, wait. Serious business. Serious business. Conflict, though. Brandon Carter, yeah, this is James, the brother of Messiah in the Dead Sea Scrolls, Volume 1 by Robert Essenes. That's what we read. We in chapter 11. We on page, what page we on? 99, I think. We on page 99.
Where is this?
Galatians 3.
Oh, okay, right.
Galatians 3:10 through 13. What does it say?
It says to the intent that now unto the, oh, this is Ephesians. I'm tripping. My bad, man.
You're going off. Right before that.
Oh, okay. All right, we're ready. All right, it says, for as many as are of the works of the law are under the curse, for it is written, cursed is everyone that continueth not in all things which are written in the book of the law to do them. But that no man is justified by the law in the sight of God. For it is evident, for the just shall live by faith. And the law is not of faith, but the man that does them, that doeth them, shall live in them. Christ has redeemed us from the curse of the law. It says, being made a curse for us, for it is written, cursed is everyone that hangs on the tree.
We'll let that hang right there. Let's let that hang, bro.
Christ has redeemed us from the curse of his thought.
Come on, bro.
That's what he's saying.
I don't even want to dig too deep. Hey,
I'm just saying.
let him deal with that.
That's the day of the law.
Yeah.
You know, just like, I mean, you know,
it's a law.
Yeah.
Let him deal with that. That's what he wrote. Shit, we can play all day what we think he mean, but man, look, that's you skating on thin ice talking like that. You understand? Then you turn around and call Messiah a curse. But then said that no man speaking by the Spirit can call Christ a curse, or Mashiach a curse. It's a lot of double talking.
I ain't even think it.
It's a lot of double talking with him. Yeah, you called him cursed. Saying we've been redeemed, we got liberty not to, keep the covenant.
Most people keep thinking about the cross when they
Yeah.
we died on the cross.
Where we at? 1 Corinthians. What we got? In 1 Corinthians, what it say?
In 1 Corinthians, the letter in which Paul announces himself as the architect or builder and wrestles with James' directive to oversee his communities. Paul presents his philosophy, such as it is. Some might call it clinical.
Cynical.
Oh, cynical, my bad. So some might call it cynical or self-serving. Some would call it pragmatic. But as we shall see, there can be very little pragmatism in dealing with the Jerusalem church leadership or individuals at Qumran, like the Malaki here, or high priests commanding the many, and those inhabiting the wilderness camps. They saw things in black and white. Paul states in 1 Corinthians 9:4, clearly in response to these and other kinds of charges, after having just dealt with the twin issues of things sacrificed to idols and vegetarianism. My defense to those who examine me is this.
Who was examining this cat? Like who was combing through his teachings with a fine-tooth comb? Yeah, we inform that you teach every word against what we teach. And what is it? The crowd gonna come together. Look, this is what you gonna do. Right? Go ahead. My defense to those examine me is this.
My defense to those that examine me is this. Have we not the authority to eat and drink? This directly preceding a reference to the brothers of the Lord and
Cephas or Peter. Go ahead.
9 and 5. Here it should once again be appreciated that the role of the Malaki at Qumran was to examine people and make judgments.
Exactly. That his job, James' job is to examine what's being taught and to make judgment. Then he stand up and say, my sentence is this. This is what you're going to teach. And you the bishop. You the top dog of it. You supposed to be separating what's clean from what's profane. You supposed to. So Paul said, my defense of those who examine me is this. Don't I got the authority to eat and drink? You go on to say other things too. You did. Go ahead, Doc. What it say?
We talking about flesh and blood versus the herbs. Your response to that was basically, so can I eat and drink?
Right.
Like, you telling me I can't eat and drink? You know what I'm saying? Like,
right. You tell, but you understand what to eat and what not to drink.
Right.
Like, that's what they would judge you over. Like, or examine, like, look, you going off. right? We told you to stay away from blood, things strangled, and from meats offered to idols.
Right.
Your defense to those who examine you is what? Don't I got the authority to eat and drink? Yeah, you got the authority to eat and drink. You understand? But this is what you're not supposed to be eating and drinking. All right, go ahead.
Then Paul turns again to the issues of authority and freedom. Being free from all, I made myself the slave of all, so as to win the most. To the Jews, I became as a Jew to win the Jews. To those under the law, I, who am not a subject of the law, made myself a subject to the law, to win those who are subjects of the law. To those without the law, I was free of the law myself, though not free from God's law, being under the law of Christ. It's out confusing.
Red fish, blue fish, knick-knack, paddywhack, give a dog a bone.
To win those without the law. For the weak, I made myself weak. To all these, I made myself all things to all men, that by all means some I might save. 1 Corinthians 9:16 through 22.
Now remember the title. Now look, remember the top of this page. It says what? Pleasing men or friendship to the world. Pleasing men or friendship to the world in Paul and James. He just said, I became all things to all men. That I may win. Now, hold on.
That last part got hectic.
Yeah.
He said all about like 20 times.
Oh, what is you on, man?
He goes around with his name. Oh.
And watch this. Hold on. Hold on, Darius. Finish that thought real quick.
But not the law. Ain't they the same thing? That's why I got to what are you talking about?
Can you have all without
some issue.
No clearer at the top.
No clear philosophy of making oneself a friend to the world has ever been so badly or unabashedly put on record.
Right, because he just said he then became all things to all men that he might win the souls of some. So what do you call it? You done made yourself a friend of the world. All right, well now we know who James talking about in James 4:4. Friendship with the world is enmity with God. What do you think you're talking about? Paul said, I become all things to all men that I make it. Hold on, who did that? Where is that at in the scripture? What you mean you become all things to all men? What you mean you became as those who was as a Gentile, you became as a Gentile. As a Jew, you became as a like, how do you do this? How do you become as a Gentile? Ain't you a Benjamite? So how do you become as a Gentile? By doing what?
Following their work, their God, or following their worship?
Up in the idolatrous temple, eating their food.
Let me teach you about Christ. You know what I'm saying? One of the commandments is thou shalt not commit. You know what I'm saying?
Look at that right there.
Not to have any other God.
What do you call that if a man is telling you to all men, I became all things that I may win the soul? What is that? You are man pleasing, you compromising. You become a friend of the world. But that makes you an enemy to the Most High. The Most High has never sent nobody out to become friends with the world, to become all things to all men that you may win the souls of some. That ain't that you a friend of the world. That's what you are. That makes you the Most High's enemy.
You ain't never seen the prophets become a priest to gain the priest. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
it's just like if you got this evil so and so, you know what I'm saying, and right here, and I become evil to gain him. How did I gain him? Didn't he just gain me? Right. Of anything?
Exactly. Exactly, bro. All right, come on, let's get it. Watch this. What else to say?
In fact, in announcing this philosophy of winning, Paul has perhaps identified himself as the first modern man. It only remains for his interlocutor in the letter of James, to turn it around, reversing it into calming the enemy of God.
James 4:4. Read that for me real quick, bro. Gotcha. James 4:4. The issue of blood and the ban on Gentile gifts and sacrifices in the temple.
That's my favorite scripture too.
James 4. James was talking about Paul the whole time, y'all. He's the one that can't bridle his tongue. He's the one that's double-minded in all his ways. He's the one whose religion is not pure. He's the one who's become all things to all men, that he may gain the souls of some. Whether you use an enemy of the Most High, you in league with the world, that you may win, huh? Well, you sound okay. Yeah, you sound like one of these American Negroes who grew up in the sports era, watching football, baseball, and basketball, watching the NBA finals. This is all about winning, right? Now, whatever you must do to win, you're gonna win, right?
And you can tell it's all about him though, because it's like I became to those that were, you know what I'm saying, with the law, I became as if I was with the law.
As if I was, so you was that.
Basically, yeah. So and then those that wasn't with the law, I became, you know what I'm saying, I became so-called free from the law.
Right.
So it's just like it's sneaky. So you know what I'm saying? So it's like I said that just to say it's like so are you saying the people that do have the law within them and the people that don't have the law within them are both off?
Yeah, that's what you have to be saying.
You know?
That's what you have to be saying.
Yeah. It don't make sense.
Somebody that got the law.
Nick Nack Patty Whack.
Give the dog ball.
Give the dog ball.
Hey.
Oh man.
Bacon smelling fine.
Yeah.
Everything in the shambles.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Double-minded, bro. James 4:4. What it say, bro?
Imagine how many times Paul ate some pork after that, like, dang. So it says, ye adulterers and adulteress, know ye not that the friendship of the world is enmity with God? Whosoever, therefore, will be a friend of the world is an enemy to God.
Whoever will become a friend of the world is the enemy to God. You became all things to all men, that you may win the souls of some. How do you become all things to all men? How?
If men were homosexuals.
That's what I'm just thinking to get out my mind. But I just was thinking, how the hell you become a homosexual to gain a homosexual?
Yeah.
You know, we used to say it like, well, you know, he would just relate to the, get on somebody's level and try to relate to it. But that ain't like you got to. He became all things to all men, that he may win. You know, with him it's about winning by any means necessary.
Yeah, it's more. It comes down to. I won them for myself. So they became supporters for me.
Mm-hmm.
Bro,
you know what I'm saying?
Bro, Paul even said, bro, he will lie to further the gospel. Bro.
Right.
Like, yeah.
Like, bro, he said he will lie to further the gospel, bro. Like, win what, bro? Like, does it take like lying to win? This is
he's in competition with y'all. People not realize he's in competition with the apostles.
Yeah, look, that's why I say right here, not to cut you off.
Go ahead, bro.
It say, okay, it says, do you think that the scripture saith in vain, the spirit that dwelleth in us lust to envy? So it's like, you know what I'm saying? It's like, it lusts to envy. You know what I'm saying? So you know, who he talking about? You know what I'm saying? Who envying?
And who always around talking about something? I'm here to win. I run the race, so I ain't running in vain. I'm here to win. That I may win. That I may win. You know what I mean? Your whole thing is to win by any means necessary, because you low key envious and in competition with the apostles. You understand?
I got more followers than you.
Yeah. Ain't I'm an apostle? Now watch this. The issue of blood and the ban on Gentile gifts and sacrifices in the temple. All right, go ahead.
One may assume that the prescription on the consumption of blood would also extend to the mystery religion phenomenon of communion with the cup of the blood of the Christ, which Paul introduces into his understanding of messianism and the death of the Messianic leader in 1 Corinthians 10 and 14, 11 and 30. The synoptic gospel,
Matthew, Mark, and Luke. Go ahead.
of course, represent this as being introduced by Yahushua himself at the Last Supper.
Right. Go ahead.
Therefore, James's prescription on blood in the directives to the overseas communities as depicted in Acts would seemingly also extend to the consumption of the blood of the crucified Messiah, even if taken in its most extreme sense. This apart from obvious Noahic bans on human sacrifice and consuming human blood generally.
Yeah. Go ahead.
This, of course, brings us full circle and back to James's strange invocation of Abraham's willingness to sacrifice his son Isaac as evidence of Abraham's faith working with his works. 2 and 21 through 22. This is also echoed in the Gentile mission, claim that God chose to sacrifice his only begotten son in the world, a comparison expressly drawn in Hebrews 11 and 17.
Oh, we cooking now. It's heating up. It's heating up, y'all. Hold on. Oh. The final triumph of Hellenization. Oh, wait, boy. Oh, wait. Come on, let's get it.
But this is not the whole story.
This is what?
This is not the whole story. There is another thing related to it, the admission of Gentiles into the temple, or if one prefers, the barring of Gentiles from the temple. This also punctuates this period leading up to the uprising against Rome in 66 through 7 DCE. It is also intrinsic to Paul's activities, both in his own presentation of how God chose him from the womb to reveal his son in him to announce the gospel among the Gentiles, and how Acts presents the scene in the temple in which Paul is mobbed after having been sent in by James to go through the procedures of a temporary Nazarite oath. The cry raised there, aside from teaching against the people, the law, and this place, is that he has brought Greeks into the temple and polluted this holy
place. Acts 21:28 and Acts 24:6. Gentiles in the temple, huh? Boy, I'm telling all them zealots, boy. All right, you get cut down doing all that. All right, just like during the Judah Maccabee time and all that, Gentile Greeks came into that Hellenization. All right, go ahead.
That this theme was of concern in this period is verified by Josephus' discussion of the stones that were put in the temple to warn foreigners on pain of death inadvertently intruding into the sacred precincts. The point made in them about foreigners that their death would be their own responsibility is exactly the point made in the Gospel of Matthew, where Pilate is depicted as washing his hands of the blood of Yahushua, but reverse. The crowd there is rather pictured as crying out gleefully, "Let his blood be upon us and on our children." A most terrible cry that it is worth repeating has haunted the Jews through the ages. 27 from 4. Paul emphasizes the community as both spiritualized temple and body of Christ. As Paul reiterates, he is building a community where both Greeks and Jews can live in harmony. Galatians 3 and 28. Using the language of the community rule at Qumran, and Paul elsewhere in 1 Corinthians. Ephesians 2:19-22 insists that Yahushua HaMashiach is the precious cornerstone, the prophets and the apostles, the foundation, and the members of the building, all growing into the holy temple in the Lord. Those who wish to bar Paul from the temple are reflecting their awareness that he wishes to bring foreigners into it, whether actually or spiritually. There is no doubt he does spiritually. As he puts it in 1 Corinthians 2:10-15, he teaches spiritual things spiritually. All these matters were comprehensible to Hellenistic spirit and mind. The consumption of blood was part and parcel of the ceremonies of the welter of Hellenistic mystery cults that had as their goal the conquest of death. The same goal Paul announces in his letters, 1 Corinthians 15:54-57.
We got to bring it on home. Hold on. Bring it on home.
Man, it's another thing up in this James I've been reading. This whole last thing of James going forward is like hard, bro. Like this whole thing of James 4. Hard. The whole thing. Right. The whole thing. Let me read that.
All right, bang, bang, bang. About to bring it on home, big dog. Next time we come back up, we'll get into the other one. We get into Simon, who wishes to bar Herodians from the temple as foreigners. Man, almost done. We're going to bring it on home, bro. Go ahead. Most of it should be coming up. All the way at the top.
The end being, as he puts it, to enter the tomb with Yahushua or be crucified with Christ. Galatians 2:20. They are certainly not comprehensible in a Palestinian Jewish
Malu.
One should correct this slightly. At Qumran, there was the imagery of spiritualized community, spiritualized temple, spiritualized sacrifice, and spiritualized atonement.
That already was going on amongst the Essenes and the Nazarenes out in the Dead Sea community. Right. Qumran, go ahead.
As in the community rule. But Paul's imagery is a little more
circuitous.
The community is Yahushua. Yahushua is the temple. Therefore, the community is the temple. The end is the same. There is even the imagery in the community rule of the three priests of the community council as the whole of the Holy of Holies or inner sanctum of the temple. But further than this, those of a Palestinian perspective were generally unable to go, nor did anyone see the law as a metaphor, except someone like Philo in Alexandria.
Not just somebody else in our history who was a historian. Philo, Josephus. All right, all them were contemporaries in the first century. All right, go ahead.
But his arguments were already highly Hellenized.
Yeah.
And in any event, not in Palestine, which is an important difference.
Come on. For
those in Palestine, Paul was indeed trying to introduce Gentiles into the temple, spiritualized or real.
Flat out. They knew. Look, based off what he was doing and based off what he was writing, they understood what he was on. All right, go ahead.
Therefore, there were plots to kill Paul. Again, seemingly among some who had taken a kind of Nazarite oath as described in Acts 23:12. But it is doubtful whether Yahushua could have held a doctrine such as introducing foreigners into the temple or consuming blood, even if only symbolically, and still have been the popular leader he is presented as being. such an anomaly could only have existed in the always mischievous imagination of those responsible for the dissimulation in the gospel and the book of Acts. This was certainly aimed at pulling the teeth of the messianic movement in Palestine, reversing it and turning it against itself and into its mirror opposite.
Messiah's movement has been destroyed with information. Nehemiah say something powerful all the time. Y'all never forget Paul's original agenda before his so-called conversion. It was to destroy everyone of this way. You know what I mean?
I can see him on his way. You know what I'm saying? He thought about it like, I'm gonna go to war with all them. You know what I'm saying? Like, how about I do it another way, basically? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
but instead of going to go, you know what I'm saying, basically kill them and all that, you know what I'm saying, and try to fight against all these zealots. A control of you know what I'm saying, like you were saying before, information, you know what I'm saying, a different way about going about things, you know what I'm saying? You can destroy the movement from within.
Yeah, but more than likely it ain't him coming up with the format. Like it's all type of double agents and all type of. What you gotta do is look at it like from today's perspective. How would they destroy any so-called radical liberating movement? You feel me? From within to information. Look, they did that with the Black Panthers. You know what I mean? They did that. You know what I mean? With any so-called movement that had any type of threat to the establishment, well, then they'll send out false propaganda. You understand? And that's just what it is, bro. That's what it is. All right. So that's what he's saying. It was like, look, what you got today is what's called the New Testament, something that was agreed upon 300, 400 years after all this went down. You know what I mean? So, of course, the men that's under the authority or that have the authority to collect and have councils about, look, what we going to call and stamp valid as a collective, the New Testament, and everything else that's outside of that we're going to call heretical. Of course, whoever in authority, they're going to promote what promotes their agenda. Right. It's just that simple. You know what I mean? So what he's saying is that the original messianic movement in Palestine, you understand, has been Hellenized. And as it moved west and came into the control of the ones who were responsible for getting at, you know, the Nazarene, Essenes brothers and all that, it became more of something that could, you know, promote their agenda. You know what I mean? That ain't hard. I mean, we all know about the Christianity councils and all that. You know, if the first one council is not seeing, we all know about all that. You understand? And that ain't saying that that's when all that was written. You understand? But, you know, all this stuff get collected. Before then, there was no such thing as a New Testament collectively, but you do got writings from the first century. You know what I mean? And so they collecting stuff and going over things and like, look, we gonna say this is what we gonna call this the New Testament right here. See, that's just what it is. All right, he's letting it be known that the original message that the Messiah taught was gradually Hellenized as it moved west into the hands of the enemies. All right, go ahead.
Seen from this vantage point, Paul represented the final triumph of the Hellenization the Jews began struggling against in the generation of Judas Maccabee.
Wow.
2 centuries before and had been
combating ever since.
From Paul's point of view, it was normal to reconcile the claims of Judaism with those of Hellenism. And profitable to do so. From the Jewish perspective in Palestine, particularly the zealotry. It was
anathema
to do so.
Yeah, it was abomination. It was a curse to do something like that. Now we don't compromise. Go ahead.
Therefore, the clash, the very real plots against Paul became transmortified in these accounts into Jewish plots against Yahushua or the Messiah. There were also very real plots against James, but these were on the part of the Herodian quasi-Jewish establishment, not the Jewish mass.
Not the Jewish mass. right? The Herodians. So you done took your eyes off them, right? Paul tell you in Romans 16 that he blood related to the Herodians. Dang. Not by the entire Yahudim mass, but by the Herodian quasi-Jewish establishment. Because the Herodians converted to what we call Judaism and never again claimed their Edomite ancestry. They were quasi-Jews, crypto-Jews. You're fronting like you a Jew. You know what I mean? But it was not by the mass of the Yahudim, the native Yahudim.
The first Jewish.
Yeah. All right, go ahead.
The majority of James's Jerusalem church followers are described by no less an authority than Acts itself as zealots for the law.
Thousands of them was behind him. He had the authority over thousands of Israelites who were zealous for the law, who believed in Messiah. All right, go ahead.
These are the actual words used. They are also the horns of the dilemma. The only escape from this dilemma is to the Dead Sea Scrolls.
Yeah, flat out.
Which lead us in the proper direction where Jewish life and thought in Palestine from the 1st century BCE through CE is concerned.
Oh, we're going to end it right there for the day, bro. We're going to end it right there. Next time we're going to jump into Simon, the Simon. Did Messiah have a disciple called Simon the Zealot?
Yeah.
Okay.
Was he?
We'll dig into it. We'll dig into it. The Simon who wishes to bar Herodians from the temple as foreigners. Oh, we're going to end right there for the day, though, y'all. You dig? And he basically just letting it be known that what you had today is Christianity is a westernized, Hellenized form of what the Messiah originally taught. And as it made its way west, that's what it became. You know what I mean? That's what it became as it made its way west. You dig? Oh, I know somebody mad. You sure? What you think?
Yeah, we'll be all right.
They'll be all right, huh? Be all right, huh? All right, let me see what's up real quick. Okay. Throw this back up. You're going to get it done. Stop screen. Butt out. Dang, what's the word, family? Talk to me. What y'all think?
You know what I'm saying? I've been reading this James, you know what I'm saying, while we was reading.
You want to?
Yeah, I can bring out this James.
Go ahead, brother.
And, people, who we talking about in there, let the people decide, And it says, from whence come wars and fightings among you?
Man, you ain't saying what verse and chapter you in. Nothing.
James 4.
James 4:1, son. Hold on, let me go ahead and pull it up so everybody can see what you're reading, brother. I got it, Val.
Things to avoid. So, things, people, let you decide.
Dang. Serious business. All right, go ahead, bro. Let's get it.
It says, from whence come wars and fightings among you? Come they not hence, even of your lust that wars in your members? You lust and have not. You kill and desire to have and cannot obtain. You fight and war, yet you have not, because you ask not. You ask and receive not, because you ask amiss, that ye may consume it upon your lust. You adulterers and adulteress, know ye not that the friendship of the world is enmity with God? Whosoever therefore will be a friend of the world is an enemy of God. We just went through that. And it says, do you think that the scripture saith in vain, the spirit that dwells in us lusteth to envy, but he giveth more grace? Wherefore he saith, God resists the proud and gives grace unto the humble. So like with that or whatever, it's like, Paul going around saying that, am I not an apostle? I did more work than an apostle.
I labored more than them all, right?
Yeah, and it's just like, that's proud. You know what I'm saying? You trying to, that's a lot of ego or whatever, and trying to spread, like when you say your gospel, and you say like, you know what I'm saying, different things like you know, just bashing the apostles or whatever and just putting yourself on this high horse or whatever, it's like, it's proud. Then it says, submit yourselves therefore to God, resist the devil, and he will flee from you. Draw nigh to Yahweh, and he will draw nigh to you. Cleanse your hands, you sinners, and purify your hearts, you double-minded. So it's also like, you know, double-minded man is unstable in all his ways. Right. And he's talking about Paul, or more, you know, y'all, you know what I'm saying, see that or whatever. But it's like, he also, like, how we like, you know, peace to our enemies or whatever. And it's just like love to our enemies. It's not like he's saying, like, he rebuking, you know what I'm saying, what's going on or whatever. But it's also like he's still giving game, though. Like, look, you double-minded. Like, Paul, you double-minded. Look, cleanse your heart. You know what I'm saying? Like, he's still trying to give him order, though. Even though he did all that stuff, it's like he's still trying to give him order. And it's like, be afflicted and mourn and weep. Let your laughter be turned to mourning and your joy to heaviness. Humble yourselves in the sight of the Lord, and he shall lift you up. It says, humble yourself in the sight of the Lord. Oh yeah, speak not evil one of another, brother. He that speaketh evil of his brother and judges his brother speaks evil of the law and judges the law. But if you judge the law, you are not a doer of the law, but a judge. There is one lawgiver who is able to save and to destroy. Who are you that judges another? So it seems kind of personal too, but he could be talking to a wide horizon, but the people decide. I mean, he did judge the law. He judged the law. Yeah.
Dang, he sure did, didn't he?
I was in there. I'm like, oh yeah, he definitely did.
He judged the law. Yeah.
No way. All right, y'all. If y'all got some understanding, give us some 3s, give us some 4s, give us some 5s up in the chat. Bless up. Bless up, Darius. We need you to go ahead and, you know, pray us on out, brother. You know, we speak crop failure. Good to see y'all in the building, man. Bless up. Hallelujah. Praise the Lord. Now to the Most High. Peace, love, light, healing, and balance to the hopeful elect. Love, peace, and balance even to our enemies. Praise the Lord now to the Most High. Yeah, we're gonna be going over this quite a lot. It's a lot in her. All right, it's a lot in her. So, you know, we're just going to the different segments, going through the scriptures, and going to it and re-look and re-examine a lot of things. It's being said. You understand? I'll praise the glory now to the Most High.
I be trying to, every time you read the scripture,
what you bruised doing? Like, we was going back and forth.
Yeah, I didn't know what was going on.
I was having an aneurysm. It's like every time we read a verse, I just like try to wait till the verse over. And then it helps for not cutting people off. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you didn't talk, I just read.
Hey, Nick. What's going on, big brother? The big homie outside. What's going on, big homie? We about to pray on out, brother. What you say? You say about to be serious, huh? Going on, big homie. Oh, all right, let's get her done, family.
Yeah.
Is that what? All right, okay.
Your word is truth, Heavenly Father. Most High God, your word is light, and you separated that light from the darkness. In times of trouble and tribulation, your word is the way. Your word is wonderful. Your word is counseling. Through the sacrifice and power of your word, do we cast out devils, wicked spirits in high places, principalities. Your word heals. Your word is the shield and great reward of our father Abraham. It protects. It is an everlasting salvation for those who hear and walk in it. O Ancient of Days, your word exists and will always exist. Your word has always been, and it is alive, Heavenly Father, born unto the very men it created. Your word is the root and offspring of David. All power in heaven and earth did you give unto your word. And do we, the true who choose to believe, by your right hand invoke this power, stomp out and destroy the lesser powers of the enemy and Satan. They tremble and fear at your word. Your word is Alpha and Omega, the beginning and the end. And by your word did the very earth sit upon nothing and stay there to be your footstool. Your word is power, and that power is Christ, HaMashiach Yahushua, the hope of glory, King of kings, Prince of peace, the Lord all righteousness, the mighty Messiah, and the Holy One of Israel. By the Most High God's word was everything made that was made, even you, Satan, and all your military power that you hold. So we bind your throats with the burning rope of your creator, that is the holy set apart blood of our Messiah, and drag you out violently from amongst our enemies and from amongst our children, our friends, and our families. Right. And with violence and by his mighty name do we curse you. By the name of Yahushua HaMashiach, Jesus the Christ of Nazareth, the Nazarene, do we inflict pain and invoke confusion amongst the unholy camps of Satan. Let Christ be our sword, that we may cut your head off and slice you in two, devil. A seed of destruction was sown unto you by our Lord the mighty Messiah and mighty word of God, that you may be choked out with thorns, scorched, and fall by the wayside. We torture you with the blood of our Master Yahushua, and call forth his fiery Holy Spirit unto the day of your eternal judgment, death, and annihilation. And all such alike that walk with you, we, the true believers and followers of Christ, use the spiritual power, weapons, and armor of YHWH to slaughter our adversaries. Master Yahushua, you likened the kingdom of heaven unto a man who sowed good seed in his field. But while men slept, the enemy came and sowed tares amongst the wheat and went his way. But I tell you, we do not fear. We call forth, invite, and invoke our Lord's fiery Holy Spirit and speak crop failure to every seed demons have sowed in or around our lives. We declare this day and forevermore, it will not take root. And in the name of our mighty Messiah, Yahushua HaMashiach, Jesus the Christ of Nazareth, the Nazarene, we pray and we declare war against the kingdom of darkness. Hallelujah! 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 Praise the mighty Yah. Yahoo!
How about that? Oh, I'll praise the Lord now to the Most High. Y'all got so much y'all want to say. Send it when y'all done. They don't play with me.
Forever, huh? Let's get it. All right, let's see. See what we got. Peace, family. Peace to the sons of God. You know what I'm saying? I ain't even got much to say. That was nice right there. I ain't gonna lie to you. Yeah, peace to the family. You know what I'm saying? I declare peace into this realm. I declare peace into y'all lives and love and healing into y'all lives. You know what I'm saying? Let's see what I got. Say, dang. I'm trying to think. You know what I'm saying?
You already got it. You got them right there, man. They right there. Please bring it out.
Okay, first of all, I can freestyle whatever you want me to do. What you trying to do, Darius? You can do it too. Family, I bring peace to you and all the
all the animals.
And all the animals. All right, bet. Look, we don't do rehearsals. This truth that go universal. You know what I'm saying? All right, see, I say, let's see. I really don't know what to say, but you know what I'm saying? I'm ready for anything. Let's get it. I say, contemplating on my next decision. This might take a minute. Life is like a chess game. One move can determine just who you are. Afraid to change, some rather stay the same to move along with life and what it has to offer. This mental mass incarceration got people unable to imagine farther than city limits, although the sun is giving you freedom to wake up in the morning and plant a seed so you increase, but we stay complacent. Eerie about making changes, stuck on a daily basis, too prideful to take the blame. It's always another's fault. Be complaining about where we at now. As soon as you rise out of bed, want to lay back down. Now tell me, how does that sound? Fulfilling? Because still it's avoiding you. At the end, it's your choice to move, but when said you ignore the truth, the man in the mirror, self-reflection. Some people rather be well respected instead of fail and take their L's as lessons in weather. It be hit or miss. At least I know I didn't quit, started, and I'ma finish this. So I stay diligent. I was weary then from all the fear he sent to see us die. But the theory is that through experience, we become wise. I stay up late and think to myself, is it a facade? Procrastinating, preventing myself from jumping high like caterpillars. Come from a cocoon into a butterfly. In truth, my roots is undefined. I grew into a son of God. What if I? Oh, yeah, that's it. Yeah. If I don't. What if I? Yeah, man. I like the butterfly, man. You know what I'm saying? You know, like,
white skies when you were first was so hot.
Yeah. Man, you spin bars too, man. You know what I'm saying? To go at these things, you know. Oh yeah, man. I'm sitting right.
Watch out.
Oh yeah, let's get it, man. You know what I'm saying?
Watch out. The warriors have gotten hopped out. If you a devil, prepare yourself to get knocked out. Watch out. The warriors have gotten hopped out. If you a devil, prepare yourself to get knocked out. Simon says to send us a sign, then we hear the silence. Reciting sentences sounds like sex when it gets excited. The sayonara society is still seduced with violence, psychedelically linking our minds to the sirens. We sip the drink of the simpleton, then we spread the virus. We separate from the sanctions of Yah left behind us. Can't even see the signs, even though they're right inside us. It's ironic. The death of the sight is the cure to blindness. A dark day for the devil was when I'm in my closet, pleading the blood of the mighty God and everlasting Father. This is my ism. I hit him from every hidden angle, mangle him from head to his ankle, using submissive angles. Walking out with sinners, don't let that be your position. And if it is, missiles whistle from heaven with holy precision. I know you conditioned to only swim with the Messiah. You only convincing your soul to be dipped in the fire. I might just sit back while I get actual glory. The fact that you die by his right hand is what ends the story. The Messiah comes back to annihilate that which is whoredom. Who's firing back the Leviathan's back as a fortress?
Ooh! Come on,
watch out.
For real. I think I got some now. I'm just thinking now.
I know, right? You want to rap somebody?
Look, ready for war after my daily affirmations. Another day on the land of the living, glad to make it. It's all praises to the Most High. I don't need no accolades if any demons try to test me. It get messy, grab an apron. As for Satan, gotta keep watch. I keep my feet shod. With the gospel of peace, I never let them win. I think not. When the odds are against me, I'm coming with 3 rocks and a slingshot. Don't know how they breathe oxygen, but say they don't need God. Strapped up like the jihad. Other doctrines get decocked. Swing by and sting. I'm the leader of the beehive. Beyonce, I can't explain in words to live the free lives. The mind state, the only way to make it to the kingdom. The crime rate is boosting because it's foolish and ruthless. Influenced by the music they producing. But in the meantime, my diamond rings got stones like the priest rock on the E5. It's like my diamond rings got stones like the priest rock on the E5. It's time to bring my talents to feed flocks and receive stocks. In heaven, I'm down to get more bread than the Steve Jobs. Seeds drop and then conceive crops. Also intricate. The growth in crisis starts at the root with the living water, then absorbs the sun's light and reminds me of photosynthesis. Taste the bitterness. This is style that they wouldn't dare to bite. This is style that they wouldn't dare to bite. I know that life is a vapor, so I'ma cherish life. Word to my brother, they think penny pinching is paradise. They can never reach on this level because they scared of heights. Came to bear the light and share the Christ to my people that they may inherit life everlasting. My pen and pad is tragic. It says ignorant giving inner Satan is keeping sinners captive. The carnal mind is weak, so I keep my inner active. All the proof of God, they don't acknowledge it. All the proof of God, they don't acknowledge it. All that consciousness can't comprehend the fact of common sense. What if some did not believe and do not submit? Does that make the faith of God null and void?
God forbid.
Oh,
Man.
Hey, y'all got big homie good.
God forbid. Can't do all that, man. It can be go ahead, yeah, man. You know what I'm saying? And they put a fork in their pork, no remorse, while they force the abortion rate, absorbing the forge of a whore and abhor what they orchestrate to give you a portion of mental boredom and reprobate. So I jumped through the portal war with the warden and corporate fakes by the sword, scorpions and snakes. I sent through the ringer, forcing these evil forces to come forth and show me they stingers. I'm ready for war. The armor of Yah is a great fit with the spirit of Yah. I jump right in the snake pit with the arrow of Yah. My aim is true and I can't miss with the shield of Yah. Protect and make sure I'm not faithless with the shoes. Belt and sword, I speak the word of truth and peace. With the helmet, salvation is all I think and all I dream. With the breastplate, I come in the righteousness of my king. What you mean? I don't lust after fleshly and worldly things. I'm a warrior.
Yeah. Boys, y'all done hopped out on it, you know?
Hopped out.
Yeah, it's like one more thing. Let's see.
Give a double ball.
See if I
Say
got
better get your ugly ass on.
For real, look, I say,
You know what I'm saying? What you doing? Hey, man.
I say, crazy they ain't caught it yet. I just got my mind right now. I'm battling with carnal flesh. On a mission, soul afflicted, fast until I starve to death. Counting paper when it comes to blessings, then we all forget. Freely receive, freely you give. Ain't no arm and leg. Real love is checking your brother. See when he off correct. We treat the Lord like Wi-Fi. Gave signal, still we lost connect. If they persecuted my Messiah, I'll be martyred next. Yeah, that's you know.
Hey, peace and blessings, family.
Peace and blessings, most definitely.
Love, don't stop till you eat not.
Don't stop till we see Yah.
Love all y'all indeed in the truth.
Bet. All right, shalom.
Ain't matter, we ain't saying nothing, man. Hey, what can't you say behind it?
All right, leave studio.
Young snap broadcast and leave studio.
Bet. All right, shalom, family. Peace be with you.